Thank you for joining us for our fourth episode of Daggerheart. Before I get into the weeds of like doing a whole rewind of the events that happened previously, I'm just helping one of our players just kind of pick some abilities that they needed to set up for today. We're working on their companions list right now. We're looking at like abilities called armored, aware, bonded, creature comfort, intelligence, light in the dark, resilient, and vicious. She gets to choose one of those that I just. So just let me know when you find one that you like, RV, or you need explanation on the ability.
Um, I'm looking at resilience or vicious. Because this is for Kai, right? Or Vibe. I can't even remember my own pet's name.
Yep, your companion, if you choose resilience, will gain an additional stress slot. If you choose vicious, increase your companion's damage dice or range by 1 step. So a d6 to a d8, close to far, etc. But it looks like you have to choose or. So you either increase their range of attack or their damage dice.
I'm going to go with vicious and increase her damage dice. Please and thank you.
Right, so damage dice, so it is. Perfect. All right, and then we'll work on the only hiccup you won't have, at least for now, is your companion experience. You get to make one more, and then you get to create an experience for yourself. So while we're going through the event, you can think about that and then maybe just write them off to the side. And then at the end of the session, we can just add them to your sheet. So that way you'll have at least new experiences that you can get the plus from when you spend hope. And that's all you're missing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And just make sure that updated on your Daggerheart sheet. Just want to make sure everything's good for you. It looks like it did. Okay. You're good. Woohoo! We got you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. So I guess we'll do a little rewind here on what happened at our last session of Dagger Hearts. So you guys pretty much you started at the town hall. You woke up. You got some information from the town hall, denizens that kind of escaped the night before into the hovels of those four walls. Um, you guys also learned through that that the elder's life potentially could be on the line because the hostilities that people were feeling about him weren't, I would say, in the positive. But after you guys kind of settled in, got everything adjusted, planned amongst yourselves, you guys left the town hall and proceeded towards the woods. The woods is where the source of corruption seems to be extending from. The thickest of the vines, that fleshy, like mass-covered vines that you guys dealt with were very prevalent there. There's a heavy mist that conceals it. The ground feels brittle under your touch, and you advance forward. Curious Thistle tries to see if she can do anything with like a nearby tree. She digs in the dirt a little bit, and you guys had your first encounter for the event. It's like a blobus, like slime-like form, kind of like bubbled to the surface. A few of you took a couple hits, but it wasn't too bad. You guys managed to take out that creature fairly quickly. So you continued forward. There was a silence that lingered, a very eerie silence. You saw shadows in the distant silhouettes of like hulkish forms lumbering about. And you got to the entrance of the cave. Once you got to the entrance of the cave, you guys proceeded with caution. Obviously, everything coming from this cave just looks like it's like blossoming outwards. So you got like a bunch of vines just kind of extending all around this lip of this cave. And as you got deeper and deeper into it, you eventually got to this heart, the chamber of this like network of vines, cavernous walls, and hovering above this like open room of this underground tunnel, you saw the beating heart of what looked like a heart. It was made of vines, again, more like biomass like materials. And yeah, it literally looked like a human heart, kind of just pulsating there in place. As you were getting closer to it, you also saw a device that was planted in the ground. On top of the device was a crystal aperture, and standing beside that device was Valen. Valen had gone mad, crazy. It was clear that she had no reference of time or reference of where she was. Quick move from Geller. Geller puts her to sleep, basically knocks her out for to deal with at another time. Because just as that was happening, two lumbering hulkish forms of like multiple creature bodies kind of like fused together marched towards you both. I mean, towards your group from two flanks, from your right and your left, pincering your group pretty much in between them. Um, this was your first time fighting two solo enemies. First time actually as a group and as players fighting mobs that actually had abilities. Um, they howled. They every time they howled, if you failed that roll, you got stress. And then every time they also you failed those rolls, I got fear. So they were kind of like building up my fear while giving you guys stress to your character sheets. And then they also did sweeping attacks in melee range. So anytime anyone that was in the melee range band was getting attacked, and they, Varellis quickly caught on to that and was trying to usher people to get back away from the melee range. But characters are characters, and sometimes there's hesitation. You're not going to leave a friend standing there in that that danger zone. So Thistle and Arve, they kind of had the same mindset that they weren't going to leave each other. Neither of them vocalized that, but it was like this innate feeling between their bond that they've created over the decade of their characters knowing each other. Geller and Bremia were supporting the group, just kind of a band behind. They were in very close range, not in the melee range, but they were in the very close range, and they were supporting the group from that range. And it was a hard fought battle. Hit points were getting really low. Um, but thankfully, you guys managed to muster the strength. You defeated the two enemies, and upon the last defeat of the secondary enemy, Geller grabs the pretty much the device and which he learned that was utilized by the Sisterhood in like battle situations from afar. Throughout their histories, they would utilize this device to try to settle disputes quickly, whether it was to use a show of force or to simply make a statement, that they're there and they're ready to intervene to stop chaos from brewing. You'll learn more probably about the Sisterhood as you guys expand from the island, but that was a quick rundown. So Geller, understanding what this device was used for, grabbed it. Bremia stayed behind with Geller as the rest of the group fell back. They grabbed Valen. Um, Morales pretty much, I guess, fire, put her over his shoulders and just ran out of there with the rest of the group. And Bremia and Geller stayed by in the cavern. Geller charged up as much of his magical energies as he could and pretty much blasted into the heart, destroying it, turning it into ash and dust. And as he did that, the support structures of the vines keeping the cave aloft started to also have the same effect. They were crumbling, they were weakening, and so was the cave. And the cave started to, collapse in around them. Only having a few rounds, they quickly got out of there. Um, the device now shattered, the crystal shattered, so they left it and continued out of the cave. Once out of the cave literally just collapsed as Geller walks out of like the cave with smoke concealing his form, leaving Bremia for a moment to wonder if he's safe, but he wandered out of there. And that's pretty much where we are now. We're actually right outside the entrance to that cave. It's collapsed in, so you can't actually re-enter it. And you guys are standing in the forest that is, there's a lot of decayed trees, a lot with leafless branches. A few, as you saw in the previous session, still maintained their foliage due to the little mushrooms that had formed around them, seemingly protecting them from whatever this corruptive force was. But that's where you guys are. You're in this, I guess, semi clearing with the cave behind you, the forest around you, and that heavy mist that was concealing your steps forward has now started to weaken, and sunlight is starting to press upon the six of you. That's where I will pass the baton to you guys.
Did everyone get out safe?
It looks like it. It looks like everyone's okay, but I haven't really checked.
We should check her, and Brels will go down to a knee and show the woman to the other people. Is there anything you can do?
Who are you talking to?
The group.
Okay.
Okay, nobody's going to say anything. We're going to head to the village so we can put this person that's unconscious and possibly dying away.
Thistl's gonna kind of brush herself off and walk over to the Valen and just try to put her hand on her forehead. Well, I think she's alive. But I can give her a little healing. And she's going to spend 3 help to try to clear 1d4 hit points from Valen.
Awesome. Go ahead. Okay, great. So you heal 4 hit points from Valen, which is awesome. And describe how your magic's kind of like coming from you, how it's like seeping into this fainted female.
Yeah. And she's going to just, as she kind of puts her hand on Valen's head, she's going to kind of just move it down to her chest and just you'll see this little bit of very subtle, almost looks like fairy dust type stuff as it kind of goes over her. And then she pulls her hand away. She's like, well, that's about all I can do. You there, hun? She's gonna try to speak to this lady.
Yeah. As you pour this healing energy into Valen, the sleep spell that Geller had placed upon her kind of just washes off. Maybe a little bit from the effects of it running its course, but any wounds that she had received upon, her unknown adventures into this woods while you guys were in the town, seemed to be mending. You see, she had a huge gash on her neck. It wasn't deep enough to actually cause her life-threatening wounds, but it was a gash. You see a slash across her left cheek starting to mend. It's like the flesh is kind of knitting itself together with your druidic energies, and her eyes kind of flicker open in this moment, and you just hear her say, "Thank you." She just repeats that again, "Thank you," and her eyes kind of are glazed over, when you first wake up, they kind of have that heavy glaze to them, and she's just looking at you all and goes, Thank you for pulling that fog back away from my eyes. I apologize that, I was seized by hysteria and then just the next thing I know, oblivion. So I apologize for what you've witnessed. I certainly wasn't myself.
You're going to have
Right.
to answer a lot of questions.
She gives you a nod, Geller. Doesn't say much right now because she assumes it's probably not the right place and she's still kind of dazed at the moment.
Right, and kind of keeps a cautious eye on her with one hand on the hilt of his sword, not completely trusting her yet.
Now that she's up and on her own, I do stand up and step out about 5 feet and keep my eyes out. We just did come out of an encounter, so everything's on fire right now for him still.
Yeah, your adrenaline's kind of pumping in this moment. So you're like hyper vigilant. Yeah,
Yep.
go ahead and just kind of give me like a instincts roll. Not a very hard DC on this one. Great, 16. Nice. You look out towards the forest from where you guys are standing, right at the mouth of what was a cave, and you don't see anything moving amongst the tree line. In fact, what you do pick up is the sounds of crows finding their way into the forest. Oddly enough, in some circumstances, that may not be a welcome sign, but the fact that the birds are willing to come back into this forest is a positive, even though it may be coming from what most would consider harbingers of, the departed. They do make that cocking sound. I'm going to try that. But you do hear that echoing from the forest. But there's no more silhouettes amongst the trees. It's just the 6 of you plus Valen. Are you still carrying Valen, or you kind of let her on her own?
No, as soon as she was able, I let her up, then I walked away.
Valen is kind of like very weak in her knees, so she's kind of stumbling a bit. And she kind of just, I guess, who's closest to Valen right
The one who healed her.
So probably Thistle. So Thistle, she's going to reach for your head, not intentionally, but she's going to try to reach for your head to kind of like keep herself from falling.
Okay. Thistle when she reaches for Thistle's head, this is gonna be like, oh, and she's gonna like kind of like take her hand and try to hold on to this lady's hand, say, I'll hold you, darling, if you need a little bit of help.
She mutters and says, "Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't seem to have the strength right now to hold myself up."
Well, lucky for you, I'm as firm as a tree.
By the way, my name's Valen. I don't know if we've all met before.
And Thistle looks to her and she says, I don't think I met you, but I'm Thistle Bramblefoot. And this here, and she like gestures over to Arve and says, this is my friend Arve, but I know her as Shroomy. And then she kind of gestures to everyone else and she says, these are my friends.
Well, that's
Asterisk.
Oh, what was that? I'm so sorry, Gil.
Asterisk.
He says funny things sometimes. I don't half know what they mean.
She smiles and she goes, I think he's saying that, well, she uses her free hand and she does like that, the finger quotations with it. She's like, I think he's indicating that you're friends.
And she just looks at Valen, kind of like her head cocked halfway. She's like, yeah, that's what I said. Friends. Though there was that one time he tried to throw me off boat. That wasn't very friendly, if you ask me.
She smiled, but she's still very confused. She's like, well, it's so nice to meet all of you, and I apologize if I caused you any trouble.
Remia's been standing near Geller, like watching all this, and she has her staff in one hand and just glaring at Valen. She hasn't said a word.
You've caused a lot of trouble to a lot of people, it seems. At least it looks that way.
Oh boy. Well, I'm assuming there's a town nearby. Sure you'll update me when we get there. This does not look like a place that we want to have such a talk in.
Do you remember any of the actions that you took?
The last thing I remember was being charted to go north. And after that, nothing. I don't even know how much time has passed since.
Convenient, he says, and he kind of rolls his eyes and keeps walking.
Let me see if I can get you a little more. Yeah, she tells you like she goes on and says, I genuinely mean that. The last time I remember it was Stone Thaw, and it was year 142. I have no idea what year it is now, but I don't know how I got here. To me, it feels like yesterday was I was up north, and now I'm here.
Bryden doesn't respond to it and just keeps walking. He is walking behind Thistle and Valen, just within close proximity, still on guard.
Yeah, you guys know it's probably about the 24th of Harvest Call, which is a month in this world, and you know it's the year 142. So she just gave you a month. That's 2 months behind.
Just focus on getting back before we get into the details.
She just nods. She looks at Thistle smiling still because she just finds Thistle amusing.
Thistle's just walking along. Now, as they're walking through this forest, I'm guessing now she'd noticed that there's changes in like the trees and the plants, right? Than what they saw when they went in.
Yeah, if you want, I'll have you also do another. I'll have you do an instincts roll for me.
Okay.
No real DC, just the higher you roll, the more detail. Oh wow, nice roll. Okay, so you look around, and one thing you notice that maybe Varellus probably wouldn't care to notice is the small, like some of the trees actually have like little buds growing almost like instantaneously at the ends of some of the branches. Not all the branches, but some of the trees look like they're somehow in this moment stretching and finding life within the soil beneath them. And by some maybe pull and release kind of effect, maybe it's like an elastic effect that it's just snapping them back, but you're seeing life kind of be manipulated back into some of these trees.
Okay. With that in mind, could she try just kind of not putting a ton of effort into it, but as she's walking, kind of like sprinkling mushrooms, well, trying to raise mushrooms along like the way they're walking, like kind of just the edge of the road they're walking.
Sure, you can roll like a let's see how much you sprinkle. You could do like a 1d6 for me, and every like 10 steps is that's how many mushrooms you're sprinkling.
Can I use my experienced friend of the mushrooms?
Sure.
Okay, that's a +2. So what do I need to roll?
Just a 1d6 and we'll add a +2. So at minimal, you'll get a 3 mushrooms steps.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, you get 4. Oh no, you
Okay,
get
nice.
3, right? Yeah, 3 because you said +2.
Yeah, 3.
So yeah, you
Yeah.
got 3 little mushrooms, kind of like I don't know how you're just going to describe it, but every 10 steps you're just like making 3 mushrooms pop up.
Yep. And I'm just gonna say they're a little bit larger than normal.
Okay.
They're, and she's kind of what I think what she's doing to make sense is she's kind of tapping her staff on the ground every couple steps, and then the mushrooms are sprouting along. And she's watching this as it happens, and her smile kind of gets brighter because she's like, things are coming right around.
Yeah, Valen just nods at you. Okay. Anyone else doing anything as you guys I'm assuming you're all kind of towards the village.
We are.
Yeah.
And I was looking for something heavy to sling around.
I mean, there's plenty of branches that are kind of like scattered about, especially some of the trees that died earlier in all of this probably lost more than a few. So.
He'll be up front, kind of mumbling to himself about the things that happened in battle and anything he missed. He'll take a large tree and swing it over and like make the point of what happened.
Okay. You guys are kind of watching Varela's kind of, I guess, play act what happened during the combat in the cave.
He has a memory that will hold that like a basketball or football player after a game.
That's fair.
Vermia's, I think, at the back. She's sticking closer to Geller than she normally would, and she's split between watching Valen very closely, walking with Thistle, and kind of turning behind them every once in a while, looking back towards the cave.
Yeah, when you are you looking for anything specific or just kind of just looking back?
She's worried about things not being completely gone or things just appearing to attack them from behind. So she's not really looking at the beauty of the woods or anything. She's just looking for threats.
Yeah, why don't you give me kind of like a perceive roll, which would be another instinct. Instinct seems to be nice. First hope roll. Yay!
Right.
I know.
Yay, hope.
This is the part of the session where we give the GM all the fear that he needs for the next combat.
Or environmental effect, it might, or social event. So yeah, so when you look back with hope, I will say you might not be attuned to the elements like Thistle, but because you are kind of like in Varelis's boat, you're kind of like hyper vigilant because maybe the adrenaline of everything that's happened kind of is keeping you like more attuned to the things around you. You notice when you look back at the cave, all those vines and the rock kind of just mingled into where that entrance was. There's no way of getting back in. And anything that is alive would never be able to get out. But what you notice with an 18 and with hope, you notice along some of those branches that still kind of like spread out from that direction, you notice there's little like pink flowers growing at certain like intervals along one of these like longer vines. It doesn't seem to be like turning into like that brittle ashy kind of color. It seems to be taking on more of like a wooden texture to it, like it's being reclaimed by nature in a way that it might be reconnecting to like a nearby cluster of trees or something. Because when you follow that vine, you notice that at the base of it, it actually breaks into like several different, like almost tendrils that go back into the soil, and you lose track of where those tendrils go. But the fact that it's not fleshy anymore and it has taken on a more of a wooden texture, um, is a positive in this moment, because it's showing that even though the land is wounded here, it's got the strength to at least find a means to fight for itself.
Vermia's eyes kind of narrow and she nods a little and pays more attention to what's in front of her, seeing all that.
Yeah, when you look at Valen, I will say, because you're probably behind her, or you were in front of her?
I would be behind her. I think Ryden's in between where Vermia is and Thistle and Valen.
Yeah, when you look at her, you just see she's very slumped down. Now that might be because Thistle's the one offering her support, providing strength for her to kind of almost use Thistle as like a mobile crutch, but or it could be she's body's just exhausted. It's showing where.
All right.
Is everything all right for me?
I don't know. I don't know what's up with that lady there, but I don't know if we can trust her.
You're right not to. We should know the full story and see what she says before we yield any sort of trust to this woman.
I just hope she doesn't have any plans to hurt the town when we get back there.
We won't let that happen.
Vermia just nods and keeps staring at Valen and around.
Ari, what are you doing in this moment?
She's walking behind everybody, just petting Calanthea, observing the different changes as they walk. She's just being quiet, unusually quiet for herself.
Great. And then Ryden, is there anything else you want to do on your walk back to town?
No, he's still keeping a close eye on Valen. Obviously, still not trusting after everything that happened, and not ready to put his guard down until they're back amongst the citizens of the town.
Very fair. And I'll say, as you guys finally get back to Hearthvale, silence does strike your group first. It's a very weird thing to have because the sun is bright here, and you'd assume there'd be a lot more noise. But a lot lingers on your thoughts right now. You know, where once laughter, music, the clatter of the festival kind of filled the air with life. There's only this low murmur of grief and, um, the creak of damaged wood settling under its own weight. Even though the morning sun still rises as it did before, it still feels colder now here. Um, but the sun does illuminate the wounds rather than the former celebration that you all were welcomed with prior. It's clear the village does bear scars of what had transpired. You do see several homes that lie partially collapsed, their roofs and walls crushed inward by massive vine-like appendages. Those very appendages that kind of burst out from the earth itself. You guys witnessed it yourself, your own, when you were traveling through the village the night before. Those vines now though hang limp. They're colorless, they're gray, they're brittle, and they're beginning to crack and snap like the husks of dead serpents, kind of frozen in mid-strike. They crumble at the touch. They leave dust in their wake, and splinters where they splinter where that living corruption kind of writhe. The cobblestone streets are torn, uneven. Stones have been ripped from their careful patterns, displaced by thrashing bodies and the weight of twisted, transformed villagers. Here and there, you do see lie the fallen. They're no longer frozen, grotesque forms that you saw when you first woke up. They're no longer monsters either, but they're lifeless forms of former villagers. Some are slumped up against walls. Some are sprawled where they fell. The curse has released them at last, though obviously far too late. The shapes you saw earlier, they were stiff and unmoving, have now all but collapsed under their own, and they leave this terrible stillness behind. And you do see villagers have started to gather around these forms. They're they form like these small clusters, some shaken with fear, some kneel beside the dead, desperately searching for familiar faces, and forms that are kind of wrapped beyond recognition, because that corruption really has taken more than just those lives. They've taken identities from these people. You see others hold on to some of these lifeless forms as if maybe they recognize them as family. You hear tearful cries. You see streaking faces of the young and the old alike. Um, their faces kind of still smudged with ash and dirt. Those quiet sobs echo where that music once played. A few survivors, they do move with grim purpose, and you do watch now as some of the adults try to guide the children away from the worst of the destruction. Children who cling to borrowed cloaks. They're wide-eyed, they're silent, and most likely many of them are orphaned now too. And yet, standing in the stark contrast of all this is the town hall. It still does remain untouched. The doors still stand firm, the walls unmarred by vines or corruption, as though something or someone refused to let the heart of Hearthvale fall. A few villagers glance toward it with mixture of confusion, reverence, maybe unspoken hope, as if it might still offer shelter, for the nights to come, or maybe answers for the days thereafter. And then lastly, this was the same square where you had once all seen children, chasing ribbons. This is where you saw Elder Hearthvale laugh among them, where music drifted out over the sea and festival lights swayed in the breeze. That joy now feels like it was a lifetime ago. Hearthvale still stands, but it probably will never be the same. And as you enter the square, as you pass the town hall from the forest's edge and enter that town square, you do see the elder standing there amongst all of this, his shoulders slumped, his arms hang limp by his sides. He is not unmoving, silent, and just staring forward, while everyone else seems to be moving about, doing what they can.
This town may never recover from this.
It's still here.
That elder needs to answer for a few questions.
Vermia nudges Geller and kind of nods towards the elder. What's going on with him?
Why don't we go find out then? Geller approaches the elder.
Are you gonna stop like at his side or kind of in front of him? Kind of getting a picture of how you're approaching him from behind.
Yeah. No, is he facing where we came in?
No, he's facing like towards the rest of the town. His back is towards the town hall.
I'll approach him from behind. We've dealt with the problem. Mostly.
When you say those words, there's not an instant response like you would normally get from somebody under normal circumstances. But your voice does snap him out of whatever thoughts lingered with him, and he doesn't turn around. He actually just speaks in this very sad tone, full of a lot of sorrow. It's like, I'm glad you're all back in one piece. Guess you should know that I'm no longer the village's elected elder. That's probably for the best, as it seems I've failed these people. Takes a deep breath, and he just kind of raises his right arm with a heaviness to it, and he just kind of motions to everything. Just says, looks like my arrogance, ignorance costs many of them to lose loved ones. I suppose if that's all they take from me, I'm lucky. Lucky.
Indeed. It could have been a lot worse. That anger, that loss, could have drove them to take your life as well. They chose to spare it, it seems.
He turns
Treasure what you have.
He does turn around to you. He goes, don't know if it was luck or the fact that I was there when most of them were born. I gave most of them their names, you know. He kind of gave you a weak smile as if trying to call something happy in this moment of depression.
It'll take some time. But that place you hold in their hearts will soon take over the negative aspects of what you've done, as long as you do your best to do better by these people.
I think I'm going to retire. Just play a small part. The future of this place. I think my voice has no purpose here anymore.
Arve is going to step up, speak up a little bit to that. She says, you have to teach whoever is coming up behind you about this. If there's more to the rumors or the history of this place, you need to teach them so they can be prepared.
He's grown used to your form, Arve, so he actually looks to you with, a normal expression for once. But it's still kind of, has that weight to it. And he just looks to you, and then he looks to the civilians, and then looks back to you, and just responds, I think they've garnished more experience in this short period than I have garnished in my whole. Whoever they anoint as their leader will already do better than I can, or did. I don't think they want to hear about my old stories, especially when they didn't seem to be a very helpful situation.
Is there anyone who has taken up the mantle yet?
Not yet. There are a few people. He points to a couple of the guards. They seem to be keeping everyone organized, and they seem to be working amongst themselves. So maybe the last recommendation I'll have for them is to not rely on a single leader, but to maybe form a council amongst their most able. I think that's the best advice I can provide them. Leaning on one person, well, caused this. He kind of starts to walk. Oh. He has a lot to mull over, clearly. While you're standing here, Varelis near you, Thistle, you can hear her say, "What happened here?"
Thistle's gonna look over to Valen, and she's just gonna shake her head, and she says, "A lot happened, and it's gonna be really difficult for everybody, but they will grow. Life will grow. It just takes a little bit of faith and some time." And she's just kind of looking around at the people who are impacted by everything. And she's, yeah, Thistle's kind of keeping quiet right now, but she's trying to remain hopeful.
And what's this place called? Where are we? Say again.
Little town called Hearthvale.
Hearthvale. This is supposed to be a farming community. It was mostly Argarian. This does not look like the Hearthvale I read about in my studies.
And yet here you are.
Yet here I am.
We should go speak with the guards that he spoke of. See if there's a place that we can detain you.
I really did all this?
I agree.
We don't know what happened.
She falls silent.
Let's keep moving.
Moving forward, looking for food, actually.
There does seem to be a small line being organized by one of the female guards. She seems to have propped up a table that she found that still at least had 4 legs to it. And on top of it, she has like a bag full of like just apples and, raw vegetables that can be eaten without cooked. And she's found some loaves of bread that were still from the festivities the other evening, and she's starting to like divvy up what she can amongst the children who seem to be at the front of the line. It's a pretty big line. It looks like mostly children, some of the elderly, and then some of the more able people have like created this nicely organized line, and they're all taking turns trying to get the scraps that they can.
I was going to
No, I'm not
approach.
going to wait in that line.
Don't blame me. And what was that, Keller?
I was just saying while he's doing that, I'm just going to approach with Valen, the guards.
Yeah, you approach one of the guards. He's right now he's helping like the 2 guards amongst the 3. They're helping pick up, people who maybe got wounded but didn't quite transform, who kind of lucked out in the middle of the night and didn't get detected. Like you see them pulling like this younger man from underneath like a carriage basically that had collapsed partially in on his lower legs, and they're propping this carriage up and pulling this guy out. And obviously, one of his legs is broken from this, and they're wrapping the arm around the shoulders, kind of keeping him propped by one of the guards, and the other guard, once the carriage is lowered down, looks to you and goes, "Oh, it's you all. Assuming whatever you did was successful."
We believe so. But we have someone we may need to detain for further questioning.
Detain. Why do you have to detain her? He looks to Valen. His hand
It is only a
tied a little bit.
precaution.
Precaution? I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done here. Did she do something?
We're not entirely sure, but she is related to what has happened here.
So go ahead. I'll let you choose here. You can roll either knowledge or instincts. And instincts would be sense-based. Knowledge would be more your analytical sense. I want you to just choose one and then roll, because you're going to see if you can determine what's going on with this guard right now.
Okay. I'm going to go for knowledge.
Awesome. Great. So while you're standing there, you're quickly analyzing what's going on with him, and you watch his right hand cross over his body as he's slowly reaching for his hilt, as you say that she might be involved in this, and he looks to you and goes, "Detain her. I have a quicker way that we can solve this."
I don't believe jumping to conclusions would be wise.
I mean, you think she's guilty, don't you?
We need to question her.
Go ahead and roll a presence roll for me. Little difficulty. Probably DC of 14 on this one.
Okay.
Vermeer will kind of step up and say, "Hey, we want to know what happened, right?" And assist Geller.
Awesome. Go ahead and give yourself advantage on that.
Okay.
Nice. You got both of them, so that's good. Whew. You only needed one. You watch his fingers release the hilt. They ease up, and he just looks at Valen, looks to you. You can use the town hall. No one's in there. But if you find out or feel she's guilty, you bring her to us. We will deliver the justice.
You have my word.
He doesn't say anything. He just looks at Valen with these eyes that if they could speak, they would kill her right now. If they could act, if his gaze could act in this moment, she would be dead. Just steps back to go back to helping the civilians.
Geller starts heading towards the town hall.
You're following, Raiden?
Yep.
Remy is also following. She's sticking very close to Geller. She's obviously worried about him, to the point where she's almost run into him a few times.
That's funny.
Brel's will yawn and head towards the town hall. He's definitely looking for a place to possibly take a nap.
Oh, once you get in the town hall, there's plenty of places. There's pews everywhere. You might have to put 2 pews back to back though. So
I was gonna say it's gonna be a big pew.
Yeah. You're a little
Only the
wide.
front rows will do. Yeah, so he'll knock out. Start snoring.
Okay. And Arve Thistle, are you guys following them?
Yeah,
I don't-
Ruby's sort of, but she's, I don't know, there's something bothering her. And she's just, sorry about that. But she's following, but she's not following really close. She's kind of idly wandering, but she's not sure why.
Okay.
I assume that back there that Valen was kind of went from being with Thistle to being with Geller, right?
Yeah, I'd assume unless you chose not to, she would have probably staggered off of you to Geller.
Okay. Then yeah, so she would have went with Geller. Okay. So I guess in that mind, she's just gonna fall back to where Arve is, and she's just gonna be her little tag along and be like, "What you got going on, Shroomy?"
I don't know, but something still doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is. And should Aravail still be petting Kai, her cat, or her big cat? Just troubled by the whole situation, but not understanding fully why she's troubled by it.
Thistle looks over to her as they're heading to the town hall and just says, "I understand, Shroomy. All this mess has really messed up my sinuses in one way or another. Seeing all the trees and the plants in that state. But they're growing back and life's returning. So something must be going right now."
Yes, and I saw how the mushroom, it's very weird. Maybe that's what it is. Remember when we saw the mushrooms and stuff within the mushrooms, the mushroom circles was relatively okay? That's got me wondering what that has to do with preserving out of everything that went on. I mean, I don't know. I'm just so confused.
And Thistle nods and she says, "That is something, I must say. It's almost like they were protecting the trees."
But I didn't get a chance to reach out and find out. Anyways, I'm glad it worked.
As am I. Maybe we'll learn a little bit more soon and we can get that fuzziness out of your head.
That would be so nice. Those fuzzies are not nice to have there.
Yep. We don't want no fuzziness in your ears unless it's my little chipmunk tail.
Thistle, you're so silly.
She just chuckles as they head it.
When Valen was handed off to me, I just conjure Mage Hand to assist her with walking instead of having her lean on me.
Okay, we can say like the mage hand actually like holds her hand and just lifts.
Yeah,
Keeps
sort of
her
like
level.
just like a under palm her hand to have her like lean on it.
Yeah, that's perfect. Kind of like a
Yeah.
cane without the stick part.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I guess we go into the town hall as he Relis is sleeping, I believe. And if there's no like particular room we can go into, just sort of have her be in the room and us be in between her and the door.
Yeah, it's a one big It's like one of those old colonial type town halls. It's just one big room. It's got a lot of pews. It serves both as a religious area, but also like a town meeting area. So it's like multi-purposed. Um, it's fairly big. It's probably the biggest building in the town. So if you go to the very front, you won't even have to worry about the door. But if you stay kind of in the middle, then yeah, you'd probably have to keep an eye on the door.
Is there like a confessional thing?
No confessionals, because it is more colonial. There's not like
Okay,
tiny room.
gotcha. Okay. Well, just to be safe, I do have a new ability I can use. I'm going to use Runic Lock, so that I can lock or make a spellcasting roll on an object you're touching that can close, such as a lock chest or box. Would a door be something I can use that on?
Yeah, I don't see why not. If you can lock a chest, I'm assuming it's the same type of lock as a door, just it's different design.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So spellcasting roll 15. Does that mean I need to beat a 15?
Oh yeah, does it say spellcasting 15?
Yeah.
I think you have to roll a 15 or higher.
Okay.
Easy
I'll
for
do
you.
it.
Yeah.
So I magically lock the front door once we're all in.
Yeah. Does it show like a transparent lock that's attached to it now, or like what's it look like?
I like the idea that when I tap the door with my staff, there's sort of this spark that fires and does like arcane sigils that sort of crawl across the door from where I touched it. Sort of like little fire lines that draw the sigils and then they remain there once it's complete.
That's cool. Nice.
After you do that, Thistle's going to look at the door and she's going to look back at Geller and be like, you better be prepared to unlock that if after you have potty break.
This place is big enough, I'm sure you can find a good corner.
And she just gasps a little bit and then turns around.
All right, yeah, you guys are alone in this town hall. There's no one else in this building, so just you six and Valen.
Brimia would use her arcane sense to see if Valen has some sort of magic, like personally, or any magical objects on her.
And that's just like a passive thing.
Yeah, it's just a sense within close range.
Yeah, you examine her. Oddly, she no longer has anything magic on her.
And she herself is not magical?
No, she is not magical. Nope.
Okay, so after I do that, I look at Geller and just kind of shake my head.
I nod. Also, the spell that I used to lock it lets me dictate who can open it. So I'll just say all 6 of us can open it.
Okay.
There you go. Thistle can go to the bathroom now.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Arave sort of stays towards closer to the door, away from the woman. She's not sure why she has an aversion to her, but she just something about the woman gives her the willies.
Okay. She notes that. She looks at you. I mean, she's obviously.
All right, Valen. Shall we begin?
Do you mind if I have a seat? She's still holding on to your mage
Please.
hand. Thank you. As she sits
Guide her
down,
to a pew.
she's like, "Thank you," and she sits down. Or she's very slow. It's like even though she's young, uh, she kind of has like this way about herself that makes her look older because she's so sore. So she sits down and she's like, "I'll do my best to answer any questions you have."
What is the last thing you remember before coming to your senses?
Well, the last thing I remember with certainty was the expedition to the northern continent. Um, I was contracted by the Sisterhood, specifically a delegation of the Silver Robed Sisters, to serve as a consultant. My expertise lies in archaeology, after all, the recovery and cataloging, and perhaps the interpretation of artifacts from ancient and other perilous sites. Upon reaching the motherland of the northern continent, um, uh, no, it's very much uncharted. We established, standard base camp. Survey lines were drawn, excavation sites were selected, routine procedures, entirely unremarkable at first. You watch her jaw kind of tighten slightly. Uh, Weeks passed, then months. As our findings accumulated, I noticed a change in the Silver Maidens. The Silver Maidens kind of grew distant with me. Um, where once there was collaboration between me and them, there was now silence. They would take my notes, my transcripts, my translations, and retreat to confer in private. I was gradually excluded from discussions in which I should, or should have, been by all rights, have been central to, too. She would exhale slowly. In
One moment.
time, oh, yes.
Did this exclusion harbor any resentment in you?
No. I mean, I focused on my work. I mean, I literally, when I have a job, it's all about the job. Can't tell you how passionate I am about old places, forgotten places. I tend to get lost in my work. I mean, that's a character flaw of mine.
Indeed, I can understand the feeling. But please continue what you were saying.
Where was I? I guess how I viewed the sisters and how they viewed me. I guess I just didn't think they thought me as an asset anymore. Her kind of eyes narrow a bit. She's kind of like trying to recall things. It's like it's straining her a little bit, and she keeps going unless someone interrupts her. Uh, they regarded me as a liability. I feel a witness, maybe, perhaps even a threat. Uh, I remember their expressions very vividly. It wasn't ones of gratitude and not respect. Probably more apprehension, maybe resentment, and then nothing. A void. I I can't remember whatever we I can't remember what we uncovered. Whatever truths we happened to find beneath the soil. It feels like they've been excised from my memory with almost surgical precision. I can't recall the discoveries. I I only know that we made a discovery because of the absence that they left behind. She kind of falls silent in that.
Explain the connection between the Silver Sisters and the nobles of Valmere.
Well, it's a complicated relationship the sisters have with the nobles of Valmere. Um, I mean, you being a dwarf, no offense, um, probably have a lot of conflict with the nobles of Valmere yourself. There's a very rich history between your people and the nobles and other parts of the continent. So the facets of the sisterhood is still elusive to me. It was actually the first time I've actually ever dealt with them too. It's very honored to take a contract from them. They usually don't seek outside help. They're very particular mannerisms. So for me to get a contract from the sisterhood, I mean, I wasn't going to deny them that.
Do you believe they chose you for a specific reason?
Well, yes, I am the leading expert in ancient and forgotten reliquaries and ancient sites. I've spent probably half my life on the shores of that northern continent, on small little islands, taking notes from afar, never touching the land itself, but taking notes, trying to glean what I can. And I know I'm probably one of the few that spent as much time as I have looking upon that land from afar. So yeah, they most likely sought out my expertise.
What was the specific location you were researching up north?
It was along the shore, what I call the Shellback Coast. I don't know if that's the real name of it, but that's what I dubbed it. It's along the western portion of the continent, along the south, and I called it that because there was always a bunch of turtles nesting along the coast. I thought it was very fitting. But there was ruins that I could see, um, and I suppose that's what drew me to that side of the continent.
I see. Do you have any idea how you obtained the magic amplifying device?
No,
The Silver Sisters didn't possess such an item.
I mean they possess many items. I didn't see that on the ship, but that doesn't mean it wasn't on the ship. Uh, you all must know the sisters well enough. They don't trust easily, and for me to have access to their entire vessel, I think would be really unrealistic for any of you to assume I had such access.
Remia speaks up. So, this contract you got, what were you getting out of this?
A bountiful amount of resources. You see, I'm not in my profession to become wealthy or obtain some materialistic goods. I'm in it for the knowledge. I thirst for the historical context behind it all. I want to restore history to the forefront of the present. And the amount of resources they were throwing at me, how could I say no? Any avid researcher would pounce at that opportunity.
What kind of safety guarantees did they give you? I mean, it is the northern continent they were talking about.
How much do you know about the sisters?
Enough.
Well, I am not a combatant. I do not have magical gifts or martial abilities. And she looks at Ryden and Varellis. I lack those skills. They were to serve as my protection, as my witnesses, and to make sure that whatever I discovered, they would have first review of. But that protection, I mean, it's the sisterhood. I mean, if anyone was going to protect me in a hostile, unknown environment like that, it would be.
Thistle just kind of mumbles to herself.
I see we have a fan of the sisterhood. She smiles to Thistle, but she's saying it sarcastically.
And Thistle just kind of says, if you got involved with the sisterhood, you should know any information you got that they want
you ain't gonna have no more. They want control over everything, from them silvery towers and Valmere to the dirt in my little homestead. They want control over it all. So you, ma'am, weren't ever going to have no knowledge of what they wanted. I can tell you that.
Well, it looks like you're right. I didn't assume they would be able to erase, I don't, years. I don't even know. I don't even know the date today of my life. I assumed, yeah, they would probably most likely take my scribblings and whatnot, but be able to erase what I learned. But here I am, an ignorant child to their mystical ways, I suppose.
What was the last date you remember?
She looks to both you and Geller and Thistle and goes, huh?
The last date you remember, the time, the day, the month.
Yes, the last date that I remember was Crownfall. The year was 142.
All right. Do you remember any of the sisters' names?
She really gives you a... She's really trying hard. You can see it, her expression. It's like she has it on the tip of her tongue, but she doesn't. And she just... No. No. I just remember it was the sisterhood that wore the silver robes. I can't even remember their names.
Hervé lifts her head because she's sort of been listening, even though she's apart from everybody else. She says, "Do you even remember the boat ride here?"
No. I mean, I assume now I was on a boat because that's the only way to get to Hearthvale.
So you don't remember any of your interactions since you were on that boat and on this island. She just looks to Geller and then goes quiet again.
You showed express interest in Miss Vaeryndel while we were on the boat. You even asked me to glean more information from her.
I did. Unfortunately, I can't recall that. I mean, she is interesting. I haven't seen many mongrel elf hybrids in my line of work.
Right, and I'll look at Geller.
Oh.
Is there any way for you to possibly jog her memory? Do you have any spell or incantation you know that may be able to see if there's something that's blocking what she remembers?
Unfortunately, I don't possess magics that alter the mind in any fashion, necessarily.
Maybe I can offer a path. If you can vouch for me here at Hearthvale, I would prefer to keep my head attached to my body. Back at the city, I do have a study that we can go to. It's called the Ironbound Anthenium. It's in the... it's just outside the Noble District. We can speak with High Archivist Caldron Holt, and perhaps he can help at least determine some of the details that are missing in my recollection of the events.
Is it Anthenium?
Yep, it's the Ironborn Athenium. It's Atheneau. I mean, if I got a contract from the Sisterhood, it certainly came through him first.
Very well. Do you have any idea why or how the sisters could have used the amplifying device in order to cause this incident?
She looks at all of you with this dumbfounded look, and she goes, I still don't know what the incident is, dear.
Have you ever heard of the Hearthvale legend?
No?
From what I'm told, it speaks of a lady. This lady comes from the north and lays seeds to return the land to some sort of different state.
I mean, the empires that ruled from the northern continent ruled much of this world. Whatever happened to them to withdraw to the state of obscurity, there must have been a reason. So I'm assuming a lot of the lands beyond the northern continent have tales that are exclusive to the region. I don't know what legend you speak of, unfortunately.
Well, it seems the creature or lady, as it's said to be, somehow ended up beneath this town. And it caused life everywhere to mutate and transform into a more perverse and corrupted form.
I mean, without probably weeks of time to research this phenomena, I don't know if I can provide you much answers.
I suppose what I'm asking is why the sisters would put innocent people of this town into such dire circumstances. Do you suspect they would have such a depraved agenda?
I think Mr. I don't. Did I get your name, sir?
I'm Geller Berliza.
Well, Mr. Geller, uh, I think it is dangerous to accuse the Sisterhood of an act like that without solid proof that they had any involvement. Just because I happen to, you said, carry one of their devices into the midst of this place you found me, uh, doesn't necessarily point fingers at them.
Maybe so, but it doesn't rule them out either.
True.
I think it's a lead worth following up on, but it's interesting you would defend them.
Anyone worth their lick would not say anything negative about the sisters without knowing the dangers of doing so, good sir.
I know the dangers all too well.
Thistle's gonna speak up there and just gonna be like, So I'm a little lost here, and please mind me, I'm a little simple minded at times. You are saying that we shouldn't accuse the sisterhood without evidence, but you had some type of artifact, and she kind of tilts her head, from the sisterhood that seemed to have caused all this. And she's like, she looks to Geller and she looks kind of to everyone else. She's like, if not the sisterhood, then it's you. Then you caused this.
I mean, according to all of you, it looks that way. I certainly played my part from what it sounds like, but Unfortunately, it's like blaming a baby right now because I have no idea what I did, what happened, how I got here. If you say it's so, it must be. I mean, I don't have a means to defend myself, but I live under the guise of the nobility of Valmere, but I am very cautious of the sisters, and I am not going to be the first to throw stone in their direction. That is a very dangerous thing to do. Most of you should know that.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am. I do understand. Uh, I'm just thinking that if the sisterhood, well, they ain't ever going to admit to nothing, if you ask me. But you do understand that the idea that you possessed one of their whatchamacallits, you you must have taken that from them, and if you took it from them, you're good as dead in their eyes. You might not have much to live for at all.
Maybe their hopes was I would die here, or maybe they had no involvement at all, and perhaps they're not even aware. This is all assumptions, and in my line of work, assumptions are only good for one thing: making a step in the right direction. They're not factual, they're not truth, they are just a hypothesis, and I like to work out a hypothesis before I jump to conclusions. I hope you all understand that.
The sisterhood not having knowledge of magic is highly unlikely.
True, true, but without proof, I mean, I don't know what you all hope for to achieve or hope for me to achieve without such.
I'd hate to tell you this, Valen, but everyone else in this world, at least the majority of people, would rather jump to those assumptions and conclusions than find out the truth.
Yes, but those people tend to not have much of a life.
What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what is true or not. It looks as if you are the cause of all this, and it is your life that will be taken because of it.
Which is fortunate, and I'm terribly scared of that notion. But when you don't have a reference of time or place or actions, I don't even know how to put it into words. What I'm thinking, this is a lot. It's like I woke up from a long slumber just to find out that I had part in something terrible. Um, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. The best I can ask is for all of you to help me in this moment.
Just sort of look to everyone else.
Do we take her to the sisterhood?
If you take that lady to the sisterhood, they're going to roast us all on a platter along with her. She just kind of shrugs.
If we leave her here, these townsfolk will kill her as well.
As I said, Valmere's probably our best bet, and the Ironborn Athenaeum is probably the safest place I can go to, and potentially the only place that could provide answers where I cannot. Um, I'm asking for you to help me get there. I won't leave your side. I have not the strength, nor the will, nor the power to do so, and I will be compliant as best as I can, with what I know, at least.
Which power controls this region?
Hearthvale?
Yes.
Well, some would say it's the nobles of Valmere. However, we all know who rules truth. Sisterhood. Everyone assumes they're independent. Even the dwarfs feel they're independent. And yet somehow, Sisterhood always finds a way to manipulate things in their. So, who's in power? Sisterhood is in power.
Well,
Perhaps we can use the Sisterhood's authority to at least get off the island safely.
however we do it, we just can't stay here.
Correct.
To use the Sisterhood's authority to get off this island?
Ray just sits there shaking her head. Because that's the last thing she would want.
Thistle's again going to speak up a little bit, and she's just going to say, oh, well, these small town folk, and I do know some of these small town folk, they ain't here listening to no sisterhood. They're listening to their friends and their loved ones and their townsfolk. So if we go out there blustering about how we are responding on behalf of the great wobbly wobbly matron of the order, they're going to look at us like we're damn fools.
Do you have a better idea of how we can get off this island then?
And she just kind of sits there for a minute, thinking.
Just tell them you're taking me to justice. You've apprehended me and that you're taking me to a place where justice can be fair.
That is pretty much what the idea I was talking about.
Well, don't. I would not kindly not use the Sisterhood in name. If for some reason that got back to them, I can't imagine that would be good for any of us. Especially coming from, no offense, males.
Why do we need an authority to leave the island? We got here without authority.
The point is to stop the villagers from overpowering only the 6 of us in order to enact their own justice on Valen.
We can tell them if they kill her, the curse comes back.
Thistle nods that. She's like, that might do it. I'm not going to lie. I might freak them all out.
Not a bad idea. Though it is a little volatile, maybe.
Well, we can start with saying she'll go to justice. And if they don't like that, we can say that we're keeping her contained right now, but if anything happens to her, we can't guarantee the safety of Hearthvale anymore because she caused we think she had a hand in causing all this. And so she could bring it back. So we got to get her off the island. Protect their village.
So, should we just make our way to the port instead of telling anybody?
That'd be a good start.
Maybe we tell the council or the people that might be in charge that's what they're doing. That's what we're doing. So we don't have an angry mob following us.
Well, the people in charge now very likely would be leading the angry mob.
Say we at least approach them and tell them our plans are to bring her to justice with the nobility. and that we are requesting to borrow a ship to take us back to allow this to happen.
If that is what you all want us to do, I will go along with it.
That the captain survived, right? The ones who brought us here. Maybe we should find them and get on that ship.
Wasn't there a schedule for us to leave the island? Like, weren't they going to leave after a certain amount of days?
2 days.
How many has it been?
You
One?
had 1 full day. This would be the 2nd day.
So they're leaving tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but I must probably safely assume they might want to leave sooner after all of this.
So then we can head towards the port in hopes of finding that same ship and crew.
Right.
You know, if she's being taken to judgment, we should make it look like she's a prisoner at least. Because if she's just walking around, I don't know if they'll believe it.
Well, she is our prisoner. For now. But I don't possess any shackles.
I think rope would do.
Varellis, didn't you make a bolo of sorts? Could we not use that to bind her hands?
If you want, it's heavy, but you can kick off the rocks and throw it over to Raiden.
Kind of wake up the big guy from his slumber as he does that.
Not even tempting with food. Rude.
I know.
He'll lay back down.
We'll take pieces of the rope parts of his bolo and fasten just some hand bindings. Use that to bind the hands of Valen.
Yeah, she doesn't resist you. And I guess I'm going to ask you, Raiden, since we didn't really describe your armor. Does your armor have any distinguished marks on it?
It will have the crest of the family that I serve on it. That is it.
Okay. She looks at you, goes. She doesn't resist you. She just gives you a knowing look and goes, I didn't think I'd see a thrones guard this far out.
We serve many missions for the crown.
Curious. What was your mission here?
None of your business.
I raise an eyebrow at him.
She looks to you, Geller's like, see, I'm curious too. But I won't fight you all. Her hands are tied now.
And we start to kind of move her back out of the town hall.
I dispel the lock on the door.
All right, so you're all kind of just filtering your way out of the town hall.
Yep. As we leave, Vermia will dart off and go looking for the ship captain or the first mate.
Oh, perfect. He's actually very easy to find because he kind of stands out amongst everybody. You do see Captain Yorin there. He's kind of towards the south end of the town. He's actually with his crew. You see the merchant that you guys arrived with. You even see that bubbly little girl that was initially asking Varellis about the dolphins. You see all of them kind of gathered there towards, the exit of the town to the south. He's got this big tricorn hat on. They actually look, out of all the people here, oddly enough, the most unfazed uh, by everything. But that also might be because of their maybe life experiences versus like the town's the small town vibe that everyone else has.
So Romeo will approach the group and go up to the captain and address the captain. So, Captain, are we planning to leave maybe soon?
Well, darling, if you look around, I think the ship will be leaving here very soon. I don't think there's much for us to be doing here, and well, let's just be honest, and I'll be quite frank. Uh, I think it's kind of high in tide water that we need to gather your friends, your belongings, and head to the harbor as soon as possible.
All right, that's what I was hoping to hear. I'll let the others know, and we'll meet you there.
Oh, and Bremia, was it?
Yep, that's me.
The town wanted me to give you all something. They didn't think they'd have a chance to pay their respects before you left. He kind of gives you like this small little bag. It's got a little weight to it. He's like, it looks like they just kind of clustered some trinkets together and wanted to give you something for a thanks. I don't know what you all did, but hey, it's nice to see the sun.
Well, Captain, we saved the day, so thank you. I'll make sure everyone gets something. And she kind of picks up the bag and shakes it a little.
Well, I wasn't going to be shaking that. I think there's glass in there, ma'am. But thank you for your services. He kind of takes off his tricorn hat. He does the whole like Johnny Depp pirates kind of like bow to you, and then he puts his hat back on. He's like, "We'll be waiting by the harbor."
Remia flourishes her right hand and does her own bow back and says, "Well, we will see you there shortly."
Right, right. And don't go shaking that bag. There's glass in there.
Understood, Captain. Thanks again. And Remia will head back to everyone.
Okay. So you're probably almost all outside the town hall. I will say most of the townspeople don't even pay you any attention. They are so engrossed in grieving right now that their eyes are preoccupied. The only people that seem to notice you is maybe a few kids, but they're too far off to engage with you, and perhaps one of the three guards in this town, and it's the one guard that Geller had engaged with earlier, just keeping a very focused eye on your.
Remia gets back to the group and goes up to Geller and tells him what had happened. The ship's going to be ready. We just need to grab our things and go.
Very well. Did we leave anything at the inn?
I think I've got everything with me, but she kind of speaks up a little. Anyone need to grab something from the inn?
Nope. Ryden's ready to go.
We got all our stuff on us.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose we shall do our due diligence. That's what you guys wanted to do. Let them know.
Well, is anyone around to talk to? Nobody seems to really care at the moment.
Do I see the
Vril.
guy staring daggers at us?
Oh, you guys, I'm not even gonna have you all roll. You do see this guy. He's very prominently, like, kind of moving slowly to stand in your way, kind of aggression.
Vril will stand up, stretch, take his place at the front. If that guy gets in my way, he's going to get face palmed.
Oh, Okay.
Not sure he's worth talking to.
Then unless we find his other two friends, then I guess we're just walking out of here.
Yep, let's go.
I will spend a fear here in this moment. The other two guards do make their presence, and they form a little line between you guys and the southern portion of town. And the one guy that was staring daggers at you all raises his right hand, palm facing you all, and says, "Wait a minute there. Where are you going with her?"
Raiden will step forward, hand on his sword. Taking her to justice. Get out of the way.
Justice? Where are you taking her for justice? She did the crime here. Justice should be served here.
Raiden looks down at his chest piece, which has the house sigil on it, looks back at the town guardsman, says, "The noble's justice, the real justice. Stand down, soldier." And he says that using his experience of soldier experience through battlefields, fought in wars and such, is using a bit of, I guess, intimidation.
Yeah, go ahead and do a presence roll for me with your +2.
So that would be 2 advantage die
I think
to
it
the
just
roll, or just +2?
it just adds a +2. Good usage of your experience. Oh,
That
nice.
+2, so yeah.
22 with fear. Okay, so you hear this heavy sigh of resentment coming from this guardsman, and he looks at you, and his face goes from anger to an expression of defeat. Goes, "I'll remember this." They step aside and open the way for you guys to pass, but he doesn't leave his eyes from you, right, Raiden, as he's just hyper focused on you with like this seething. You just feel it. It's like an aura coming off this guy. It's like, someone's mad at you. It's kind of like that vibe. You like, he is not happy with you.
Very good. I made an enemy for life kind of energy.
I'll walk up and slap him on the face a little bit. Just taps. Be like, "Hey, calm your ass down." Walk away and make my way to the boat.
You slap him hard enough to do damage, or just like a soft?
No. You know that I put my whole palm on his face, and like most of my palm touches like the side of his
He
head.
like
So
Shaq palms his head.
yeah.
He doesn't say anything to Varellis, but he just keeps his focus on Raiden.
As everyone walks, I look back for a moment and say, "She will seek justice. I will make sure of it. Also, do remember who saved your people."
Oh, I'll remember. Don't worry about that. And he just takes the other two guards and they go back to the town hall.
Raiden kind of shakes his head as he walks. I hate pulling rank.
Harvey looks over to him and says, "Yes, but you did it well. Thank you."
Valen does speak up. She's like, "And no one else is interested by a throne guards here? Like, really?"
I think we all have very strange pasts that we've yet to share.
She nods.
In reality, it's really not that interesting. Just for the group, he literally was only on the ship because it was a way home, and it was making a stop here, coming back, returning from a previous mission.
So I guess we make our way to the port.
Yeah. Yep.
Go meet up with Captain Sparrow.
Yes. Yeah. You guys meet up with him, and this crew's already on board. They're already lowering the sails, getting everything prepped, tightening the ropes. The anchor hasn't been pulled up quite yet, and they're in the process of about to get it up. And he looks over to your group as they approach, and he's like, well, 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 the conquering heroes have arrived. I've heard from dear Bremia that you all achieved greatness out there. Wonderful. That'll be great on my footnotes to my life story. Meeting the great heroes of Hearthvale. You're more than welcome to climb on board when you're ready.
I'll walk past him and be like, I need a snack. Where's your larder?
Snack. He looks at you. Well, for someone your size and stature, we have potatoes on board.
Larder.
Larder.
Where's your larder? I'll find my own.
Guess you could go to the underbelly if you'd like.
Okay, I'll make my way down there to the larder.
I look back at the captain as that happens. I look back at the captain. Someone may want to keep an eye on him. He may eat a hole through the ship.
Oh, I don't doubt that, but don't worry. Any of the provisions he goes through, we're being chartered by a... Well, I'm not sure of his name. He's the reason why you're all here. If you ever find out who chartered this, give him my thanks. He paid us top dollar, or top gold for this.
How much gold exactly?
Oh, just several bags worth of gold.
Are you sure it was a he?
No, that's just an assumptive thing on my part. I don't argue with the coin. If it comes our way, we'll do the job.
I already choose the left side of her cheek, inside of her cheek, just pondering this.
As you're all getting on board, I noticed the most chattiest of you hasn't chatted much. Looks to Thistle and I don't know what happened there for all of you, but I suppose that's a reprieve.
Thistle's kind of been enchanted this whole time about the potatoes, so she's going for the potatoes.
Oh, you're gonna have a competition with Varelis about the potatoes.
She's just like, he don't want no potatoes. I'll take all the potatoes. Thank you very much.
Have as much as you'd like.
I prefer mine baked.
I do too. Great. So you all get on board, and the ship will, anchor up. Sails in full force now as they pull away from finally Hearthvale. You guys start on this. It's more like a canal that you guys are going down, but it's a very wide canal between the island and the mainland, and it's like it narrows, and you guys are just starting to head north. And I guess that's probably a good point where we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll get back together and start there.
Sounds good.
Is there anything that anyone wants to do on the ship?
Yes, but it looks like the stream stopped. Is it
Yeah,
just me?
it's picking up again. I don't know what happened there. That's weird.
It's got a 12-minute timer on mine.
It should be back
Okay.
up.
Okay, to continue, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, you can continue. It should be recording now.
Okay, great. So Bermia has a bag of stuff, so she's gonna kind of pull Geller by the sleeve and find a corner of the ship to sit down and start taking things out of the bag. And as she starts to take things out of the bag, she's gonna say, "So, let me get this straight. Someone paid the captain for this trip to the island for all of us, and someone, maybe the same person, probably the same person, paid for all of us to stay at this inn on the island. At the same time that someone else wiped Valen's memory and sent her with a device to the same island. Do I have that right?"
Yes, it seems some very powerful people are playing some sort of game here.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Me either. For a multitude of reasons. But what is that you have there?
So the captain gave us a bag of stuff from the townspeople. So I guess let's see what it is. It's for all of us. So
Should I gather the others?
may as well.
Guess I go and get everyone else's attention.
I'll come
Ryden
up with
comes
it.
over.
I'll come up with a dried sausage and a piece of bread.
And Thistle's got her potato bag.
Bag of potatoes.
Harvey.
Just dragging it across the deck of the ship.
It's like
Same size as her.
it's like a toddler dragging a toy. She's dragging her bag of potatoes.
Just raw potatoes.
Yeah.
All right, no, I'm just asking, just making sure, just visualizing.
Arve was looking over the edge, looking to see if the current was still doing its backwards thing, but heard the others gathering, so she made her way over to them with Kai by her side.
Okay, you have everyone gathered.
Rumi's just sitting on the deck with the bag, and she starts pulling things out of the bag, expecting Geller to explain what's going on.
Okay, the first item you pull out is the pebble-sized stone that has a small runic symbol on the surface.
Rumia picks that up and kind of rotates it and looks at it. Does she know what it is?
Go ahead and do a analyze roll for me.
May I make one as well?
Absolutely.
Rumia hands the stone to Geller.
Okay, so with a 6, Bremia, perhaps your natural affinity to magic is not coming into play here. But the moment you hand it to Geller, Geller can quickly identify that it is. Let me get the description here. It is a glamour stone. So basically, uh, once it's activated, you can memorize the appearance of someone you can see, and then you can spend a hope to magically recreate the guys onto yourself as an illusion.
Okay. I explain that to everyone.
Fancy.
Interesting. Okay. She pulls something else out of the bag.
Okay. The next thing, you pull out a small bundle of leaves.
Vermia kind of looks at him and then looks up at Thistle and Arave.
Those are some mighty fine leaves right there.
Hack wall.
Arave reaches a hand out so that she could take them for a moment, see what they were.
Vermia
Roll a
hands
knowledge.
them off.
Yeah, you'd also do an analyze roll for me. Okay, let's see. So with a 10, thankfully this wasn't a steep DC, so that's good. You know that these are called Varik leaves, Varik. You know that if you eat a pair of those leaves, you immediately gain 2 hope.
Hey,
How many leaves are there?
There are 2 pairs.
so 4 total.
Yeah. You have to eat a pair, though, so you can't eat just one to get it.
Okay, you eat a pear and you get how much hope?
2.
And Arave will look at him and then she'll hold up the 2 separate pairs and explain that by eating a pear that they would gain, they would gain something from that. And she hands them back to Bremia.
They're hopium leaves.
Vermia pulls something else out of the bag.
Or less. That's funny. Yeah, the next thing you pull is actually 2 things. They're tied together, but when you untie them, you realize that you have 2 recipes in front of you. It's in an arcane type of language.
Vermia will try to read that language.
Okay, another knowledge roll for me.
Got this.
Awesome. Okay, 20 with fear. So, yeah, you easily identify both of the scrolls. One is a minor health potion recipe. So, as a downtime move, you can use a vial of blood, has to be a full vial, to craft a minor health potion. The other one is a minor stamina potion recipe. As a downtime move, you can use the bone of a creature to craft a minor stamina potion.
Pretty good.
Nice. She'll hand those to Geller
I'll take them.
and pull something else out of the bag.
Okay. This is the last thing in the bag. You pull out a bigger, like it when you pull it out, the bag that is in your hand just goes limp now. There's nothing else in there. And this bag seemed to be like covering most of the bottom of that bag. When you open up that secondary bag, you realize there's 2 bags of gold inside. Not handfuls, but 2 bags of gold. So that's 20 handfuls of gold.
Ooh.
So, okay. I guess we can each take 3 handfuls and we've got 2 left over.
The people who received something should not be receiving gold.
Currently, Geller's holding on to the stone and the recipes, but I figure they're for use, public use. And
Those
I meant no offense, Miss Fenfear, but people seem to take a different demeanor towards you once they see what you are.
Thistle kind of drops her potato when Geller says that. And looks over at Geller and she's like, That sounds like their problem, not hers. Maybe you should look in the mirror, sir. You're a little, what's the word? Unseemly yourself. And then she picks her potato back up.
As I said, I meant no offense. I simply gleaned any possible desire you might have to not gain that attention should you wish it.
I think maybe we should save it. And I don't know who should carry it or whatever, but we should save it for when it's needed, not just for one person.
Oh, the glamour stone is used multiple times. It's just you can only use it after a rest. So once you use it, it has to charge.
Okay. I do
I'm
have a
fine
use
with
for
who
it
I
as
am.
well.
Whoops, sorry.
Go ahead.
Arvays. I'm fine with who I am and what I look like. It may have taken a while, but there's no sense in hiding it.
I respect that. I do
Well,
have a use for it, and it does have to do with something I mean to discuss with you all.
well, there's nothing else in the bag, so go for it.
We can use it depending on the circumstance, but since we are going to Valmere, I think I should use it to disguise myself since I am probably considered a criminal in that territory.
That sounds like a much better use.
Just out of character question. Does Bermia know about that?
Geller?
Probably not.
Okay. So Bermia will look kind of shocked, her like her eyes wide. She doesn't say anything, just like, ah.
Thistle just kind of shrugs and says, I ain't surprised.
Is Valen with you?
Yeah.
She goes, I ain't surprised either.
Now I feel like there's some sort of profiling going on with me.
You're the one that said you're a criminal. I don't think it's profiling.
When you say not surprised, I feel like that there was some sort of lingering sentiment there beforehand before I said that.
What sort of crime?
What? I went against military orders, and I may or may not have taken the life of a Crimson Sister.
Oh, you are.
Oh.
Definitely using that stone. Valen says.
Yeah. Probably
Are they-
best you use it.
Oh, go ahead.
Right.
Arva's not used to the all this talk about the sisterhood, so she kind of blinks unknowingly, but listens to try to find out more about it.
The official story places me at the foot of all the blame. There's many nuances to the story that should be taken into account. I worked for the Dwarven government doing sort of sabotage and covert operations. Such an operation took me to a conflict close to one moment, Brindlebrook, and a few of my allies had encountered one of the Crimson Sisters on the battlefield.
Raiden speaks up. You're speaking of the Battle of Brindlebook,
Correct.
where we first encountered each other.
No, I believe that was during the skirmishes from Valmere's nobles.
Okay.
This was a different event.
Valen kind of
There's-
scoots away from you, Geller, when you're saying this. She's like, I don't want to.
He's a dead
What?
man walking. That's what he is.
Indeed. At least in the public eye. My allies, I'm not sure where they are anymore, but they too received a steep punishment. But I managed to only be banished from the city I come from. At least in private. In the public eye, I am still considered an MIA criminal. And I will likely be arrested if I'm found.
While I feel no ill will or need to hide anything from the sisterhood personally, it probably is best that we disguise your appearance as we engage on our current business. This being said, having now fought beside you, I'm willing to stand beside you to refute these charges.
He looks at Raiden, quite surprised actually. I suppose I didn't expect that. I've been keeping this so close to my chest, I pretty much considered if I told anyone, they would no longer want to have anything to do with me.
Then I never thought I'd find myself an ally to a dwarf.
I'm sorry to put you all through this.
Well, it is what it is. At least you told us. So, this stone that you're going to use, how long does it last? I mean, we can turn you into someone else, but will it just fall off in the middle of the square or something?
Good question, GM.
It lasts until your long rest.
And just to clarify, this takes the form of an appearance of any person that we already know kind of thing, or is it just a generic appearance?
So it has to be activated and memorize the appearance of someone you can see. So it wouldn't be someone that you saw in the past. It would actually have to be someone that Geller can see to like basically copy that appearance to the stone.
So we don't necessarily want to just do any random person and then have twins running around. So
Do they have to be physically present, or is it just somebody I know the appearance of?
They have to be there.
Okay.
Because the description literally says memorize the appearance of someone you can see.
Gotcha.
So I guess there's a little downside to it, right? And then of course, because of your height, if you do someone that's taller than you, if someone like goes to like touch your shoulder or something at that height, it would go right through. So there's a couple downsides.
oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay. Got it.
Yeah, it doesn't change him physically. It just makes an illusion over him.
Just talking to somebody and they're looking right over me.
Oh my god.
Yes.
All right, so you glamour stone yourself with the appearance of somebody,
Right.
either somebody on the ship, or how about when we get there, before we get off the ship, if there's someone getting on another ship and leaving, you could take their appearance.
Indeed. If there are any other ships about, which Valmore's port is quite busy, I imagine there would be many. Perhaps a ship hand of my stature could suffice.
Yep. As long as you're not going to run into yourself in the city. That's would be bad.
But hopefully the population density will help.
Anyone else have any crimes to confess before we get there?
And Thistle just kind of looks over and shrugs, and she says, "Well, to be honest, I have had my encounters with the Sisterhood a couple times, but they've never put my name down on no writ. They just think I'm silly."
And I would warn, Valen says, looking specifically at Geller, because he's the only one she's seen do magic. As a gentleman, I would not use magic openly in case a member of the Sisterhood happens to be in the city and sees you performing that.
Right.
That would be bad.
I have extensive experience in covert operation. As long as I have the means, I should not be found out.
Yeah. May as well keep all the magic to a minimum. We don't want to draw any attention.
Right. Anyone else wish to engage right now?
Nope, that's it for me.
Nope. Turn in a heal, my gold. Go find a place to sleep.
Plenty of places to sleep. On deck, below deck, with the crates and stuff.
I'll find a spot near the mast and take a nap.
Harvey goes back to where she was sitting before. She's still trying to study the currents. Do the currents change, or are they the same as they were? Are they still backwards?
I mean, your character probably doesn't spend too much time on the ocean. Not like Bremia, at least. So I will definitely have you do a check for me. With Bremia, I probably would just give it. Yep, with Hope, you got a 23. I will say that the currents look a lot different now. They actually, for you, they just look different. They look at least natural. They don't look like they're trying to curve in a specific way. They just seem to be flowing like you would expect them to flow.
Okay, cool.
All right, so this is the part where I will ask you guys just to watch the stream for just a few moments. I did create something for you all, kind of it's like an engagement to your Act 2, because now that you're leaving Hearthvale and you're about to dock into Valmere, you will be entering Act 2 of our story, which is great because you are now level 2. You're technically tier 2 adventurers in Daggerheart, so I guess level 1 is actually the only tier 1 level, so awesome. It means everything's going to get a little bit more interesting, especially now that you're entering our more lore heavy aspect of the world, so that's awesome. I did create a little something for you guys because I think most of you would know a little bit about Valmere. So let me know if anyone needs a moment, and I will let you guys see what was created for you. Welcome to Valmere, jewel of the Riverlands, a city of stone, sail, and shadow. From its glittering towers to the bustling docks, Valmere has grown from the fortified settlements of warlords into a crowned city of unrivaled majesty. Its streets hum with life, merchants bargaining over silks and spices, soldiers marching beneath crimson banners, and nobles weaving their plots in lantern-lit halls. Valmere is a city of contrasts, where marble estates gleam in the sun, training fields stretch wide with levies drilling beneath watchful eyes, where the markets overflow with coin, the council chambers echo with whispered secrets. Here, honor and ambition meet. Steel and silver hold sway, and every stone in its street tells a story of generations who built, defended, and shaped it. Harbors of Valmere are alive with ships, their sails catching the wind, carrying goods from distant lands, and the hopes of countless lives. From the fortified heights of the crowned spire to the quiet lanes of the noble quarters, Valmere is both a fortress and a theater, a city where legacy is earned, not given, and where the pulse of history beats in every cobblestone and spire. This is Valmere, a city of grandeur and grit, of heroes and schemers, of traditions old as stone, and ambitions as boundless as the river that courses through its heart. Welcome to the city that never forgets, never yields, and forever endures. Well, there you go, your little intro to Act 2.
Let's go.
Nice. That was really neat.
Indeed. Well
That
done.
was fun.
And you guys also got to see the little intro that I will be adding to a lot of our little videos too. So, with all your characters. So, I will start by easing you guys into the scene. So, as your ship eases into the outer reach of Valmere's harbor, the city reveals itself in deliberate layers of stone and purpose. The brine ways curve inward in a broad crescent of reinforced quays and granite breakwaters, their surfaces worn smooth by tide and trade alike. Dock hands work in steady rhythm. Ropes drawn taut, cranes creaking, nets slap against stone, gulls cry overhead, wheeling in the salted air thick with tar, spice, and fresh catch. Valmere does not pause for arrivals. Stone piers stretch deep into the water, each marked with sigils of ownership and use. Barges slide quietly along narrow canals leading inland toward Guild Wharf, where House Vaerynd's warehouses rise directly from the dock's marble-faced windowless and guarded more by contracts than by steel. Lanterns still hang unlit along their piers, waiting for dusk. It is there, moored among the deeper berths, that another vessel rests. The ship is unmistakably even at a distance. The ship is unmistakable even at the distance you currently are at. Its hull is slender and elongated, carved from pale timber that gleams like polished ivory in the sun. Where other ships bear the scars of iron, nails, and tarred seams, this one appears seamless, its planks joined with an artistry that suggests subtle enchantment rather than brute faceting. The wood seems almost alive, shaped to flex and breathe with the sea rather than resist it. Its sails, now furled, are woven from silver thread silk. Even bound to their spars, they catch the light faintly, shifting hue as the sun moves pearl white in full daylight. The hints of ghostly opalescence where the fabric folds. Etched across them are delicate motifs of stars and tides, symbols of harmony between sea and sky, craftsmanship far removed from Valmere's utilitarian feels. At the prow, the figurehead draws the eye, a leaping stag carved as if caught by mid-bound, its antlers outstretched toward the horizon. The lines are elegant, reverent, less decoration than the declaration. Beneath the waterline, unseen but implied, the keel is reinforced with protective runes, wards against storm, reef, and violence alike. The deck is smooth, pale wood, treated with oils and quiet magic to resist salt and rot. Low ornate rails curve along its edges, carved with leaves and curling waves. Along the deck, crystal lanterns are mounted at regular intervals, unlit now, but clearly enchanted to glow softly when night falls, illuminating without glare. From your vantage, the ship sits in stillness, a presence rather than a spectacle. No banner flies from it, no crew moves openly upon its deck. It simply rests there, serene and self contained, as though it arrived long before you and intends to remain until its purpose is fulfilled. Beyond, beyond it and beyond the harbor, the city rises. The dense rooftops of the merchants' quarter climb away from the decks in reds and umbers, smoke already curling from chimneys. Above them, the terraces and balconies of the lantern court catch the sun, silk banners stirring faintly in the breeze. To the west, the angular towers of the Crimson Roost stand rigid and watchful, steel flashing in training yards. Even at this distance inland, the squat grain spire anchors the flow of the wagons and grain. At the city's heart, towering above all, the crown spire rises, pale stone, patient, unyielding. Valmere does not announce itself. It does not greet. It simply stands, stone remembering stone, while ships come and go, and some, like the one already docked, linger quietly beneath its gate. So you guys are now on your ship. It is now going into port, lowering its anchors. The sails start to ease, and you can hear the captain's muffled voice, because I'm assuming some of you are down deck and some of you are on top. You hear him goes, "Hey, all who are about to make landfall, make landfall."
Remy is going to pop up and move towards the exit, keeping an eye out for anyone that Geller could use as an appearance to mimic.
Veros will unfold himself from the mast and gather his stuff and start walking down.
Arve is going to get her cat and her things, and she's going to walk towards the gangplank, waiting for the others, but keeping an eye on the woman that was with them. I can never remember her name. Valen, right.
Raiden will gather his possessions and get ready to disembark.
Thistle is gather her things and her potatoes and whatever other little food items she could grab, and she's following behind everybody.
Did you find anyone, Bermea?
Have I found anyone?
Yes.
GM, have I found anyone?
Are you looking for a specific person or someone?
I am looking for someone either around Geller's height or another dwarf, someone who isn't too tall, isn't too short, that he could see from the ship and memorize their appearance.
All right, I think this is a great chance to roll instinct. Go ahead. The higher the roll, the more success you'll have at it.
All right. I'm going to also use my experience helpful assistant to try to succeed in this, because I have a lot of motivation to succeed.
Yeah, and you're assistant Geller, so that's awesome. That's great.
Okay, so to do that, so I had +2. Hold on, I gotta figure out what
You
I'm
have to
doing.
use a hope as well to do it.
Yep, I took away a hope, and I'll add +2 to my instinct roll, and then Geller's also assisting me with this?
Yes.
For that, do I add an advantage?
I think so.
Yeah, if he's assisting you, yes. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, awesome. 22 with hope. Awesome. That's great. So, yeah, as you're peering over this very busy harbor, you see a gnome, about middle-aged gnome. He's got little glasses on. His hair's tied up into like almost a ponytail, so like the rest of his hair is really tight to his skull. Um, and he's reading like a ledger from what you could tell from the distance, and he's actually boarding a smaller vessel. It almost looks like a personal boat. There's like little cargo being put on there and whatnot. And he just seems to be very preoccupied in whatever he's combing through his pages.
Okay, and is he in Geller's line of sight, and is he staying relatively still for the moment, or is he leaving?
He's leaving, so he's walking up the gangplank right now, and he would be in Geller's sight if you point it out to him.
Okay, I'm going to point that out to Geller. Start moving off the ship, just in case I need to go stop him.
All right, so Geller, I'm going to have you roll an analyze check just to see how much details you can analyze from this individual. I will say because of the distance, the DC is probably a 12 for this one.
Okay.
But I'll give you advantage because I'm assuming if you have trouble, Bremia will probably intersect or intercede.
Yes, I'm on my way to intercept him, just in case, like, I get the message signal from Geller that he needs time.
Perfect.
4 with hope.
I will say this then, since we used the advantage on that, I will say that he looks up for a moment towards your direction, Bremia, which allows Geller to get the full facial features of the individual, but he pays you no mind and goes back to reading his book as he gets on board the ship. So Geller, you do analyze him with the stone, and now that his form, I guess, is transcribed within it.
Does it copy the clothes he's wearing?
Yeah, it's like a full illusionary thing.
Okay. Is he wearing some sort of like cloak or anything?
They're like merchant clothes, so it's like rich purples, gold, like inseams,
Okay.
and it's very like a vest, but it's a long vest that goes almost below his knees, and it's buttoned at the front with these like really ostentatious like brass colored buttons. His hair's
All right.
black and everything, so totally opposite of what you're wearing right now.
And I take the stone and I channel some magic into it as I visualize the man before me to take his form.
So Geller looks smaller than he is, because this guy's only like 3 feet. It's the closest form you could get, unfortunately, Bremia. And he now looks like that gnome, that gnome, yep, gnomish figure.
Very well.
Bremia runs back over to Geller and looks him down, because now he's a little shorter than she is, and kind of pokes at his shoulder and is like, talk. What do you sound like?
You
That
poke
is my
him in your
stomach.
yeah. That's literally what I was gonna say.
You hear a voice come just like a couple feet above the head. If I'm like talking, right? Does it sound like it comes from the mouth of the person I am, or is it like coming from where my mouth actually is?
It comes from where your mouth actually is, but the mouth on the illusion move.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
So as long as nobody's really close to me when I talk, we'll be fine.
Yeah, it's literally just an illusion. So it's everything about you is still there.
Medieval fantasy hologram.
And when Geller talks, Bremia looks up to where he would normally be a height above her and said, oh, Oh, you probably shouldn't say much.
Yeah, someone else should be doing the talking until I can find a better disguise.
Yep, yep. Sounds like a good idea.
Did you change in front of the captain? I guess that's the big question here.
Would he have been right there?
He's on the deck. I'll give it a 50-50. I'll let you decide.
If I had the choice not to, then no, I would not.
Okay. So he walks up to your group and he goes, "Huh, I don't remember picking up another halfling or gnome. What? Huh.
Oh, sorry, Captain. He's just here to meet with us and take us somewhere. We invited him up to the ship while we gathered our things.
I nod.
Aren't you a little devilish imp? I didn't even see you get on board. Well, if you're ever looking for a job, we're always looking for those roguish types."
I point at my ears and shake my head.
Is he mute?
Yeah. Sorry, Captain. He doesn't really talk much, but I'll make sure to convey the message to him.
Kneels down. He goes, "He's a little special, huh?"
Very, very special.
I pretend to do hand signs.
Oh, hey Charlie, come over here. We got one that
Oh God!
we got one that can understand you.
So sorry, Captain. We've really got to get going. Thanks again for all your help. I mean, leaving early off the island and everything. I mean, we just really appreciate you. Just want to let you know.
Right. I still get paid, so that's fine. You enjoy yourselves. Charlie, never mind. And you see this, Charlie never looks up because he's deaf, so he can't hear the captain.
Oh my fucking god.
So the captain goes back to where he was standing.
Let's get moving.
I fast walk off the ship.
Is Valen still bound?
I'm gonna say yes. Just until we're clear of the ship, because we don't want to. We need to keep up appearances in the current state of things.
Okay.
I agree.
Anyone hanging back a bit, or you're all just kind of getting off the ship, right?
All at the same time.
Hervé bounces down the gangplank because she likes how bouncy it is.
You stay at the end of the plank and wait and stretch.
Wait, are you standing on the deck side of it or the port side?
The dock side,
Oh, okay. Bummer. Okay.
because port side is left.
Right. I mean left. I mean, you're right. You're right.
That's starboard, sir.
I'm gonna go ahead and establish my telepathic link with Vermere.
Easy enough to do.
Vermia will send back. It maybe be the strong silent type, but you should be able to hear things. I think otherwise it'll be confusing.
Indeed, I was just trying to make it believable.
Mm-hmm.
But I see how that can get us into some trouble, for sure.
Yeah, and I think this will work a little better.
I will have everyone roll a quick instincts roll. Just see how much information I can give you guys here on the docks now.
Ooh, critical.
Nice.
Oh.
2 critical.
Ooh, another critical.
All right, looks like I'm going to give you all information, so that's fantastic. So, as you guys are now on the docks, you truly see how busy uh, the city is. You see merchants bound about. You see scholars off in the corners talking with other educated individuals. And the only reason you can tell they are of some sort of scholarly pursuit is by their attire. They have those big poofy hats. They've got these velvet like coats. They've got books in their hands. Some of them, like piles of books they're carrying. They're just crazy. On the other side, you see a couple actually non-humans. Um, you do see it like a couple infernal looking um, people off to the side. They look very jovial and stuff, but people are giving them a wide berth. Uh, Everyone knows that the tieflings of this world tend to get a bad rap. Um, Not to put any character, not any of your characters in that same boat. It is very common knowledge that a lot of people treat them almost like third-rate citizens, um, because of some ancient thing that happened a long time ago that most people forgot, but they still harbor those feelings. Um, then you also see, a couple orcs. I mean, these people stand out because this is definitely a human city, and seeing orcs and like tieflings over on this side of the world is very, very rare. So to see them, they stand out like sore thumbs. But you also can see that they're accompanied by humans. So they must be crew members on these human vessels or a human vessel in this harbor. So that's most likely why they're not being like completely shunned in this moment by many. But yeah, I mean, ride in, you do see a couple throne guards walking about. They're escorting various nobles through this area, probably to part of their job is to make sure the nobility is safeguarded, not just the royalty, but the nobility as well. And they're then tasked most likely to escort these particular nobles to their ship, or maybe to conduct business within one of the harbor buildings. Whatever it is, you do recognize them. They stand out very prominently to you. There is also, um, uh, just crates and cranes moving about. It's a very lively place. And Valen does speak up in this moment. She's like, well, you probably should get going to the Anthenium as soon as possible.
Is there anything else you're hiding from us, Valen?
Uh, as far as I know, no. As best my memory can tell you, absolutely not.
Any objections to removing the binds from Valen's hands?
None.
Go ahead.
Then I'll cut the binds, toss back the rope fragments over to Varellus. So Valen is now freed.
I'll wrap them up and put them in my pack.
She rubs her wrists and is like, would you like me to lead us there?
Indeed.
Question, GM?
Oh, what's that?
Did we get a long rest on that boat ride, or?
Yeah, I would say you definitely got list on that.
Yeah.
So if you want to hit that, you're more than welcome to. Normally we would do downtime and you'd have projects and stuff, but we'll just say it's a complete rest that you got. So your hit points and strain are all covered and armor's repaired. For the sake of the timing. She looks at you all and goes, okay, well, stay close. She looks to you, Geller, and she's like, I would listen to your friend. It's probably best you don't say much. Your voice does not sound like it's coming out of the hole it's supposed to be coming from.
Well aware.
She smiles and she looks to the rest and she looks to Thistle and Arve. She's like, um, one moment. Do you mind? She walks over to her stall looking to ride in specifically with her hands up. She's like, do you mind? She's pointing to like a big like scarf from a vendor.
No, not at all.
Thanks. She goes to the vendor. You hear her say a few words about, how wonderful the day is, blah blah blah, and then she exchanges a handful of coins on her that she had on her person, and she takes the scarf and she goes over to Arvi. She's like, I know that you are proud to be what you are, but where we're going, I would prefer you not to be dissected by everybody's eyes. They would be more interested in what you are than who you are. So perhaps if we can maybe make your mushroom cap look like a hat, that might be advantageous to you.
Arve huffs a little bit, but she acquiesces and she takes the scarf, puts it up over the mushroom cap, and then down under and ties it under her chin.
She has a face on and she's like, that might not have helped kind of face, but she forces a smile like, that's wonderful. Very well. Then if everyone would follow me, please. And she starts walking up a huge flight of stairs that is to the city. While you guys are walking through the city, you can see a disparity here, especially closer to the docks. You see that there are the upper class, then there is the poor. And there is very few people that you see on the streets, at least closest to the harbor, that resemble a middle class. Um, a lot of people are, you walk past a few people that are reaching out with like cups or bowls and they're asking for anything that you can spare, food, coin, anything. Um, a lot of them look like they're not all old either. They're not all kids. Some of them could be vibrant, young people, but they're just happen to be down on their luck. You see a lot of that in the streets, unfortunately, nearest the harbor. But as you're getting away from the harbor and you're starting to go closer to like the noble quarters, you're starting to know the refinement of this place. You even see like the guards are wearing like more regal attire, except for the throne guards. They seem to have a very standard look, the very look that Ryden had. They seem to have more of a downplayed look when they're not in a ceremonial purpose. So what Ryden is wearing is more for like actual like combat, whereas if he was in the throne room, he'd most likely be wearing something entirely different. Um, but eventually, you go down a few side alleys and you come to a large opening courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there's a huge fountain, and that fountain has a statue and placed on a massive pillar. And you see that the statue has, an undistinguished figure. It doesn't really have any like characteristics, but in one hand, he's holding the world, but it's lower than the other hand that's holding a book. And to any of you, won't have you roll this. It does look like he's signifying that knowledge over exceeds anything else that the world could ever possibly hope to achieve. That knowledge is the pinnacle of life. That's what this is basically symbolizing. And behind that, whether grotesque or opulent or just ridiculous statue and fountain, you see the large Anthenium. Um, it rises from stone foundations. You're not too far from the Court of Thrones, so you're very familiar with that, Ryden. The ironbound Anthenium is for anyone that's been in the city. And I'll let you determine this if you've been to the city enough to know this. Um, it is considered Valmere's great library and archive. It's an institution that is shaped as much by war and governance as by scholarship. Its walls are thick, its windows narrow, and its doors are bonded in iron, etched with dates of battles, treaties, and royal decrees. So it's like they purposely display knowledge on the outside of this building for all to read. It's like they want to share that rich history that is around them. This is not a idle place of poetry, not alone at least, but more of record, memory, and also consequence. Because not too far from here, you also see like almost like a small gallows type situation. You see where they possibly have like a platform where they eventually hang people for their crimes or burn them at the stake. It's like this open space is utilized more for a lot of justice related things besides just knowledge. But this building stands as a testament that beyond all that gruesomeness, knowledge still is more important to them. Um, it does exist by a royal charter. So, Ryden, I think you might be the only one that would know that under House Damaris. But its character does reflect the city itself. Gervoni discipline, uh, Tharos reliability, Vera accounting, Calthorn subtlety all leave their mark upon its halls. So these are all noble homes. And then the shelves within are divided not merely by subject, but by provenance of who recorded the knowledge and under the authority and what cost. So when you do manage to make your way in, you'll notice that it's not organized by like specific categories, but it's more organized by like what noble houses contribute to this archive. And they're organized by the noble house. And then it's probably sub-organized underneath that noble house itself. So it's kind of like the noble houses are using this as like, well, I donated to this archive than you did. It's like a little slight, I guess, a little fun war that they have that's unspoken between each other. So when she opens the doors, you guys enter in this beautiful uh, chamber. It's very much like a library. You see tables, you see people sitting at them. Um, she looks around for somebody, and you can hear her say, "Doesn't look like the high archivist is here. May have to go in deeper." And as when she says that, I will say, Ryden, I'm going to have you roll another check for me here. Could you roll a instincts check for me? Okay, 17. Nice. Okay. You do see someone here, Ryden, that is very, um, very attuned to your past. You actually serve their family. You see Kalen Gervoni, or Giovanni. He's sitting there at a table with two elves. Um, you know that he is the youngest of the family line, and he is also known to be a astute scholar that has rumors that do float around him that he potentially may be touched by something beyond just his normal circumstances.
Has he noticed me?
Not yet. Nope.
Okay. Well, then we will carry on our business for the time being.
All right. Kaylin will continue forward unless someone stops her. Not Kaylin. Sorry. Valen. Sorry. Kaylin, Valen. Jeez. And as she's walking, she goes, "Well, welcome to the archives. As you can see, the noble houses really do love to contribute all their knowledge and all their history to this place. But this is just the surface of this library. What really matters, well, is underneath what you see." She's very proud of this. She's like talking as she's guiding you. You can tell she's kind of trying to distract herself from subject that is coming up, and she eventually does lead you to a large like door at the very end of this like open chamber, and there's two kind of like scholarly looking individuals there, but they're holding like bow staffs, and they look at Valen, they look at the rest of you and goes, "Archivist, you bring guests to the High Magister's offices?" Yes, I do. They helped me a great deal back on Hearthvale. Hearthvale? What are you doing on Hearthvale? Well, she looks to the rest of you and then she looks back. I was investigating a matter that these individuals would like to speak to the High Archivist about. Uh, Very well. Let me see if he's available. Give us one moment. One of them opens the door and kind of slides in before closing it, while the other one stands there looking at all of you. Very silent. He's just giving you a gaze, like looking at each of you, like.
Try to act inconspicuous, just looking around.
Raiden will just kind of pace back and forth as they wait.
Relis will find a corner and slump down into it.
Oh, there's plenty of corners in this big library.
Arave just stands there, her hand on her cat, keeping her quiet.
Gelly would probably take some interest in reading. So there's like things openly set out to read.
No, so they're all placed in the shelves right now. Whatever is open is in front of people at tables.
Gotcha. Okay. Never mind then.
Yeah, it's very organized.
Remy will stay close to Geller just in case someone tries to talk to him.
How do you all know the archivist here? Next to you all trying to make idle talk while he's waiting for his cohort.
Arave will speak up this time. And she'll just happen to say that, well, we happen to be going to a festival there and we met upon the ship. And the rest is history. And we need to speak to the head archivist, about some things that were discovered.
Archivist, is this true? Valen's like, yes, we met on a ship. She's pausing because she's really trying to come up with the reason why she would group with you all.
Thistle speaks up now. Thistle's like, "Yep, we met on a ship, and then we all entered into this big pie eating contest. And this archivist lady, she ate as good as she could, but she still couldn't beat me. And she just has a bright smile on her face. Ain't that right?"
Heller's disguise squeezes the bridge of his nose.
She looks to this, she's like, okay, that one I think isn't my friend. I think the rest of these we've been working together very much so. She just seems to be a cohort of she pats Arave on the shoulder, hers. I think she's a little special.
Raiden kind of pats Thistle on the back, friendly. Yep, she speaks the truth. Pie eating contest.
Yeah, pie eating contest. And she got frustrated there. She's like, "And I don't know what you're calling. I'm special in more ways than one, I'll tell you that."
Okay, the guard looks at the door and looks back. It's like really anxious to get you guys in that room. Eventually the door does open. And the other guard's like, very well. The High Archivist will see you. He pushes the door open and waits for you all to enter.
Arve moves to make sure that Valen goes in ahead of her. She didn't like being touched by her.
I mean, Valen enters, no problem.
I'll stand up, stretch, and move forward towards Valen.
And Raiden will enter the room as well.
Brimmy will follow, as long as Geller's headed that way too.
I'm going last.
Okay. Yep. The moment you are all in, the door does shut behind you. You do see. So this room it's big too. There's side doors and everything, but it also serves as like a primary office. And at the end of this large room, you see flanking an older gentleman is these two like large, almost statues that seem to feel like they're alive, but they don't look like they're alive. They give you like, they look so detailed that they feel like they could speak. They are metal in form. They even have like helmet looking heads, but you can't see beyond like their visors. It's just darkness. And in both hands, they have these large brass metal type spears with a very sharp head to them. And it's very detailed and ornate looking armor. But when you look at closer, they almost look to form like almost runic design. And this older gentleman sits on like a very tall chair. It's got a very tall backing to it. There's no desk. He's just sitting there with a book hovering before him as the pages kind of are turning on their own. And then the book comes to a close as you all approach closer to him, and it levitates kind of down next to his feet. And he looks up to you with like this um, stern, beady eyes. His fingers are kind of stained with like ink. So he's definitely works very long hours, or maybe does some sort of arcane scripture or something like that. But it definitely you can definitely tell like he lives for his role. Um, and he goes, I heard that you wish to speak with me. On what matter brings you before me and my court? Valen says, well, High Archivist, uh, to be honest, there is a bit of a conundrum that I have found myself in. I can't remember anything since the time I left for the North, and these fine people have some questions for you. He looks at her with this focused intent, and he goes, don't remember anything. Very well. What is your questions? As he looks over to the rest of you.
This whole time while they're conversing, I'm going to be paying a close eye to his reactions and the expression on his face. Sort of try to glean if he's holding back information or if he's like, acting strangely to what we're saying.
Sure. I'll have you anyone that wishes to at certain times, I'll have you roll kind of an analyzing roll. How do you do a knowledge roll?
All right.
He's just looking at all of you, sitting there very still, very quiet, and those dark gray eyes of his just scanning each of you. If you have questions, please speak.
I would, but I cannot. I say to Brimmy.
So what do you want me to ask?
Ask him about the contract for the expedition up north. If there are copies we could look at.
Vermia
We'd like
steps
to
forward.
know who the mysterious founder of the contract and who commissioned everything.
He first looks to you and goes, a throne guard here. I would think you would know better to ask me about contracts that are of a private matter. If you need to see the contract, you can always bring it up to the nobles and they can petition for you to see such paperwork.
Vermia would step
Are you
forward. Sorry,
are you
go ahead.
sorry? Are you saying you don't have this information?
Oh, I have the information. I'm just not privy to give it to you.
Emphasize that the events of the expedition have put people's lives in danger.
Vermia will step forward. Well, thank you for seeing us, sir. So we just got back from Hearthvale, and it appears that whatever happened to Valen's missing memories caused a lot of death and destruction on the island. And we're wondering if this contract has anything to do with that.
But here in this moment, you watch him put his elbows on the armrest of his chair, and he brings the tip of his fingers all together, including his thumb, and he kind of rests his chin on top of those fingers as he looks at you with a very thoughtful expression, and he replies, "This is the first that I've heard of death and destruction. Hearthvale, was it? I don't know what brought my archivist to Hearthvale, but apparently that is where she was sent. Tell me more."
Well, I'm not surprised you haven't heard about it since it just happened yesterday. It doesn't seem like there would have been a chance for anyone to get the information to the city before we got here, so that makes sense.
Sounds like it does. What happened? He doesn't break his fingertips. He keeps that focus on you.
She'll mentally message Geller. How much should we share?
See no reason to hold back information.
Okay, so maybe I'll speak up again. Well, sir, I believe it was, yes, last night there was a fog, and then a lot of people turned into frost zombies, and there were some big skeleton things and some vines that ripped apart houses. And then this morning we went to a cave where we found Valen with some sort of device and were attacked by two big monster things. And it looked like it was trying to give birth to another big monster before we were able to destroy the cave, if that all makes sense.
Mention the amplifying device and the story about the seeds from the north.
So, in addition, the town had some sort of story about possibly something happening, but they didn't really believe it. But apparently, it did happen, and something about seeds being brought from the northern continent to something about a lady that could be good or evil, and looks like it was pretty evil. I didn't see any lady, but it was all in their story. And in that cave, there's the device seemed to be making everything worse or triggering it. I don't know. But it was, and she kind of describes what the device looks like, but doesn't really name it.
Okay. He is trying to follow along as best as he can, right? He's analyzing what you're saying. His face does not shift. He has this very stone cold expression. And he looks to the rest of you, trying to discern whether you believe this story or not. He's like on the cusp of like, sounds absurd. But he replies, well, that is a very interesting amount of information. Um, you won't have a problem with me sending some of my cohorts to collaborate this. The archivist is like, sir, I saw the aftermath of this. Silence, Valen. Looks to the rest of you, waiting for a response.
You want to send someone to Hearthvale?
To collaborate your story, you have to understand what you're telling me sounds, well, like a fairy tale.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't have any problem with that. You can send whoever you want, whenever you want, and go talk to those people because they've just been devastated there.
And I see you believe that. I will certainly send a couple of my researchers to go and examine this Hearthvale. Um, in the meantime, you don't have any more questions. I can certainly give you a room for the night. Settle in, if you will.
Before you do that, archivist, though we appreciate it, I was wondering if you ever heard history of a blight that turns normal ground and normal vegetation into an ooze of sorts, except except in a mushroom circle.
I hand Bermia the vial of the remaining amount of fluid I still have.
Okay. Are you doing that stealthily? Because if you hand it to her, it's gonna look like it's floating.
Oh yeah. Uh. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it stealthily.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth checks. I'm like, wait a minute.
At what point does it become not invisible?
I mean, I guess if you kneeled, it would look like you're right, relevant to your hand gestures.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Oh my goodness.
And Geller can tell Brimio what he's planning to do so she can try to help Shield like turn towards him and out of
Yeah.
so to
Until I
block the
just
line.
say,
That
I'm going to
works.
hand you the fluid that she's talking about. That way you can present it.
Okay, so Brimio turns towards him so that she's in between Geller and the archivist.
All right, roll with advantage, Geller.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. You easily do it. I mean, you've got the little file.
Okay, so she'll turn back towards the archivist and wait for him to answer Arve's question.
So you want me to hypothetically answer a question about some sort of corruption that affects the earth in a way that it creates an ooze-like substance. Is that correct?
No, sir, I was asking if you had ever heard of anything like this happening or experienced it.
Heard. No, I have not. I mean, most of the knowledge that you see within the archives are supplied by the noble families and their repository of knowledge. We safeguard the most important knowledge of this city from each of those families. So think of this as more as a vault, a bank for the nobles to safeguard what they find important. Otherworldly things such as lights creating ooze and grounds, that would be more of a sisterhood type knowledge. I would certainly suggest going to the sisterhood with this inquiry. However, your male counterparts would not be welcome there.
Irie
Well,
cringed a little bit, but then just bowed her head. And then heard Brimia speaking up, so she backed away.
Remia steps forward. Well, sir, we're here now and not with the sisters, and this is a place of knowledge. So I submit to you this vial, which we obtained from one of the fallen monsters on the island. I would recommend care and that no one touches it with bare hands. Um, and it does react negatively to fire if it were to cause some issue, but seems to cause, well, it's not good for living things. And she looks to Valen and kind of holds it out and not sure if he'll take it or where to put it.
He looks to Valen, doesn't say a word, he just nods to her, and Valen goes and takes the vial, and he's like, we will look into that for you as well. We will see if our researchers can break down the composition of that substance you are providing and see what we can.
Excellent. Well, hopefully that helps you figure out what's going on or what happened in Hearthvale.
If what you tell me is true, then hopefully it will collaborate exactly that.
Arve holds up her finger. Is I can tell you that it affects, and it's very painful. So again, be very, very careful that nothing living comes in contact with that, unless perhaps a plant, because otherwise it will infect the living tissue.
He gives you just a nod.
Arve kind of grumbles because obviously he doesn't believe her.
Yeah, because remember your finger was spared.
Right.
He looks to Bremia, who seems to be the most spoken. He's like, is there anything else we can help you with?
Well, just follow up on what we've said because it's important and it's unclear what happened or why. And I don't think we should just move on. I think we need to understand it better because that was just a small island. What if it were to happen somewhere else? Go collaborate and confirm all you want. But what I've said today is true. And she looks around at all the others.
Well, you have a throne guard in front of me. What say you? Should I believe what I'm hearing?
I witnessed it myself. This magic sets a dangerous precedence.
Very well. And Throne's guard, what is your name?
Raiden, ward of House Javone.
Oh, interesting. And your last name, Raiden?
Winnick.
Can you tell me the names of your comrades as well, just for record keeping?
This here is Thistle Bramblefoot.
I use a
With
hope to connect to Raiden's mind.
kind of shakes as he feels the connection from Geller.
You all can roll, by the way, that knowledge roll I was talking about right now.
Okay.
Yeah. just to see if you get insight on him. It's going to be a high DC for him. So
12. With hope, though. So I get the hope back.
yeah, hope's good. Only if you want to roll. You don't have to turn it.
Yeah, we'll roll.
Okay.
Okay, so does your connection there work then?
His connection works, right? You don't have to roll for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and impart what you were trying to connect me to say.
Do you want to know?
Call me
So
Rykard Kendalair.
Sorry, say that again.
Call me Rykard Kendalair.
Rykard Kendler, got it.
And then Raiden, with your role, you know, the question seems innocent. However, you've been around enough nobles to know that there is an agenda here.
An agenda to asking for the names of everybody.
Yep. You don't know what the agenda is, but you know there's a reason he wants. He's already gotten yours and Thistle Bramblebrook's.
All right. We'll go ahead and say it. I'll then introduce the rest of them after pointing at Thistle, point at Bremia, Ereve, Varellus at the back, being large and unmistakably unmissable, and then, sorry, how do you pronounce the name again, Geller?
Rykard Kendalair.
And then Rykard Kindler.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet each and every one. I am sure if the information that we obtained from Hearthvale comes to be true, you'll be seen as purveyors of heroic knowledge, for sure, to say the least. What happened to this Hearthvale? Obviously, you stand before me, so if things are true, I'm assuming everything is well.
Other than half the population turning into frost zombies and then showing up as corpses the next day, I mean, there was some destruction of houses, and the town is still there, but it's not the same as it was 2 days ago.
The town survived, but it will need support.
Well, we're not a bank, so I certainly cannot give charitable donations to such a place. However, if the information you said is true, I will seek such avenues on behalf of each and every one of you.
I don't believe it's for you to decide if we support the town or not.
True, Throne Guard, true. But you know how the pendulum swings here.
Indeed, librarian.
Librarian. Very fascinating choice of words. Anyways, I will remember your names very well and very fondly, and I will make sure that they are recorded in the finding of this information as well as the results. Is there anything else that I can help you with this evening?
Oh, Thistle's gonna speak up. Like, hey, librarian guy, do you got a restroom where some place a lady can talk to me?
Yes. There's an alleyway outside that you can use.
Well, that's not very dignified.
And here I thought it was a civilized place we were at.
You offered a room. Does that not come with facilities?
Yes, of course it does.
Don't be playing. Think it's time for us to move away.
Well, Valen, see our guests out, and please come to me after you show them to their room. Valen, for the first time, actually looks scared, but not for herself, as she goes, of course, High Archivist. High Archivist looks to you rest and goes, is there any final questions before Valen shows you your chamber?
None from me.
And Raiden, I will send your family a missive on your behalf, letting them know that you've entered the city.
I'll contact them myself, thank you.
Well, you're more than welcome to do that. Just hand it off to Valen when you're ready to deliver it.
Nods curtly.
Very well. Valen, he claps his hands together. Show them their chambers, and I will promptly speak with you. She's like, of course, High Archive. Okay. She bows her head, and she looks to the rest of you. Is like, please, would you follow me? And she starts walking off to the side in the same room, but she's going towards a door where she's going to push it open, and you see like a flight of stairs going downwards.
Brimia will walk up beside Valen as they move towards the door.
She whispers to you, Remia. She says three words to you. Sorry. She begins to walk down the stairs.
Brimia follows her and says, where are you taking us?
To your chambers, of course.
And what's waiting for us there?
A bed, warm sheets, a tub.
And will we be allowed to leave?
She doesn't answer, and she keeps going down the stairs.
Brimia falls back in line with Geller and says, this is not good.
I sense there's something we should be very wary of going on here.
Can Thistle kind of look around to see as they're walking if there's anything, I guess, any way out from this, from where, other than where they're coming from?
Only the primary door. Otherwise, it almost looks like a throne room, but not obviously a throne room. It's definitely set up to put the High Archivist at a position of power. Between those two like large sentinel like statues, and the rest of the room is just like it's gilded in like golds and mostly brass, but there's gold inlays within the brass, and it's just to show a level of authority he has here in this area.
Is there like any holes she can see?
No holes. This is like absolutely perfection. A lot of care goes into this place.
And there's no windows or anything she can see.
In the room he's in, no windows. What you do see is above, though, you do see a chandelier, but it's not connected by chains. It is literally like layered crystal that is just hovering in place by some sort of enchantment. Creates like a nice warm sun-like glow, more natural light than like a traditional torch would.
Okay, so they're going down like the stairwell now, and I'm guessing it's like single file or it's fairly tight, right?
No, you could probably do 2 by 2, like Bremia is with Valen right now.
Okay, once they go through that door, is there anyone like other than Valen and the group in there?
Once you go through that door, the door would just shut. It's not like a hard shut; it just slowly closes. What you probably assume by some sort of magical means, like everything else in this room, is managed by magic in some form or fashion.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna hold an action right now then.
I will say though, the deeper you go, the less opulence it is, and the more you actually see like stonework. And it's a little colder.
Are there any other doors or anything as we're going down, or is it just the stairwell?
Just a stairwell. But as you're going down the stairs, like these little torches flick on as it like senses your presence. So it's providing light.
Are you taking us to a dungeon?
She doesn't respond. Just keeps walking.
Valen, you need to answer us.
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have given your names.
Why? What's the importance of our names?
He is probably going to be giving those off to the nobles, and they're probably going to give them off to the sisterhood. Whatever you said, whatever happened in Hearthvale, clearly upset him.
Well, I'm just going to have to change my name.
Did you say that in character?
Yep. You can call me Bellamy Meadowsweet now, okay? Got that? Bellamy.
She actually laughs a little, but she's trying not to because this is serious. She's like, if you play along, I could probably try to get you out during the night. Right now, I can't act. That's why I'm apologizing. I can't do much for you right now. Just please play along. I trusted you to get me here. I'm asking you to trust me to get you out of here.
What does playing along look like?
Just don't do whatever it is you did back at Hearthvale to do what you had to do. I'm still foggy on the details of Hearthvale, but
Oh, to be clear, we defended ourselves or we would have died. So
From
I don't
you.
see us not doing that again if we're put in the same situation.
okay, don't do that here, because that would be
No,
bad.
don't defend ourselves?
Not here. No, this is a place of politics and sleight of hand and subterfuge. Do not act. Please, I beg you, do not do something that would put your life in more danger.
Okay, so if a big multi-headed monster comes in our room, I'll try to bargain with him next time.
Well,
Okay,
you fight
group
then.
talk here quickly. Under table.
Okay.
We're going back up the stairs and murdering this librarian right now. Yes.
No, absolutely not.
That'll only make things worse.
Do you remember everything is run by magic? Most likely his.
I have a question, a point of clarity. So Geller's little jewel thing, he can only use that once, right? Or is there a way around for him to use it again?
Can use it once per rest, right?
Yeah, you have to use the downtime, and he has to see the target in order to memorize it to the stone.
Okay. So he couldn't actually, even if he spent like a hope, he couldn't use it right now.
Not for
again.
that item. No, there's more advanced items that will let you use hope. That one's just a basic tier 1.
So it's a
So
climate storm, right?
Yeah.
we're all good with continuing down into this pseudo dungeon then. This is what I'm hearing.
I don't
Well, we're
see
not
any
cool
other
with it,
options.
but I think we're doing it reluctantly.
Well, the one I got on Demi plane doesn't really specify resting. Unless you got something else.
Yeah, it requires a full down because it says upon looking, you spend a hope, I think, right? It says.
So spend a hope to magically recreate the appearance of someone you can see on yourself as an illusion. That's the only thing it says.
Yeah, I added though the downtime just
Okay.
because most items are magical require recharge usually. So
All right, down we go.
Valen's like pleading, please do not do anything unless a monster comes down here and tries to kill you. Then sure. She looks at Bremia with like that sarcastic tone back. She's like, but otherwise, please play along. You have a throne's guard with you. Like he does carry weight here. So let's not tarnish his name by causing bloodshed. Okay?
You're about to imprison a throne's guard. How do you think this is gonna play out?
Well, the High Archivist does have friends, so
I'm gonna cut
amongst the
this
sister
librarian's
lodge.
fucking head off.
Well, I would not do that either, good sir. That would be very bad. Just please trust
You,
me to get you out of this, like you got me out of Hearthvale.
Well, doesn't seem like we have much of a choice.
Right now, it's looking like our actual enemies are the sisters.
It does sound that way, doesn't it?
So, it's a matter of what is our end goal here.
To stay alive.
I need to speak with my house as soon as possible.
If you give me a letter, I will sure that gets to the house. Sir,
Without prying eyes.
I will not pry upon your letter. I am not the hierarchist. I joined this facility because I thought I'd be doing it for higher learning. And she starts to ramble because she's really annoyed that she'd be compared to such a man.
I'm not talking about your eyes.
Well, if you hand it to me, no one will see it.
Aylin,
Yes.
are you worried for your life as well?
Of course I am. I am associated with you all. I am scared of the talk that I'm going to be getting after this.
You're the one that told us to come here.
Because I thought there would be reason. I thought there would be logic. This does not make sense. What you all said was spoken genuinely. I looked at all your faces. It was truth. I don't know what inspired him taking your names down, but that tells me what you said is truthful, and what you said is enough to maybe it's perhaps something that they don't want known.
Precisely it. If I've known anything about politics like this, it's that there's likely something going on here that somebody doesn't want found out, and we're right in the middle of it.
Lovely.
Thistle. Could you transform into a small animal and accompany Valen?
Thistle says, I reckon I could.
That way we can have allied eyes and ears on what is being said between you and him. Not that you're entirely untrustworthy, it's that there's layers of trust here.
I mean, and if I were all of you, I would not trust me either. I asked you to come here, and this is what's happening to you all. I thought he would listen to reason. I thought he would clarify why I was there. The fact that he dismissed most of your questions and absently said he'd send researchers to go check out. I mean, that made sense, but it just doesn't seem like he wants to put on the face of he knows already. No. It's just something is amiss. And this is not what I joined for. So do what you need to. I'm not lying to you. I did
Do
not
what you must.
put my life in your hands before. I would not do that to you. I owe you one.
Arve looks at Thistle and she says, whatever you do, if you do this, be very careful. I don't know if they're going to keep track of who's down here and who isn't. If you show up missing, it might make things worse. So just be really careful.
You don't need to worry about me, Shroomy. I'm extra careful. You know that.
I just want you to be extra, extra careful this time.
Now, what should I turn into? She just kind of ponders.
Valen, do you have parchment and a quill that I may use?
It will be in the room. Thankfully, the room I'm bringing you in is not a jail cell. It is a chamber, but, well, the fact that he wants me to send you down here is not a good sign. This is usually a guise, from my understanding. And I've only seen it used for, like, unsavory types. You are not unsavory types. But yes, sorry, I'm so confused that I'm rambling, but yes, there is paper in the room.
They also recording us.
That I'm not sure of. But I would go under the idea that yes, most likely.
Very well.
You guys do eventually get down the bottom of the stairs with all this discussion, and you see the room. There's a wall, there's a door. The door's looks to be made of wood, and she opens it up. And when she opens it up, it's actually a nice room. It's got 3 beds. It's got a couple tables, a desk. It's got like a window, and I'm doing air quotes that you can't see right now, but it's got a window. But when you look at it, you definitely could see that it's enchanted because it's showing like just the vast ocean, and that makes no sense, especially where this building is, with like the sun slowly going down. Like it's supposed to simulate the outside. The ceiling, you notice that it's got like this very enchanted, whimsical kind of vibe to it. When you look up, I swear you're looking at the sky itself. It's dawn right now in color. You see clouds that shouldn't be indoors, and it seems to be kind of illuminating that space in that warm orange glow. And she's like, all of this, it's an illusion. It's to make you feel safe. That's why I keep apologizing, because I know you're not. You're going to write a note. Write a note now.
I'm going to immediately start scanning the room for hidden magical devices or energies.
Bremy will use her arcane sense to also look for magical things.
Cool.
Raiden will start writing a note.
Okay. You can send that to me to respond to that next session.
Yep.
Okay, so Geller, go ahead and roll. Bremy, that just happens, right? It just works.
Yeah, it's just a passive.
Okay. I'll wait for Geller to roll first just to see it.
So I do have a spell for this specifically.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's called Reveal. I gotta make a spell casting roll to detect things within close range.
Oh, then cool. Go ahead and roll that. Does it give you a DC or no?
No.
Okay.
17 with fear.
Perfect. All right. I will say, under normal circumstances, you probably wouldn't have succeeded. However, with Bremia's aid, you do succeed, because she is lowering the DC for you with her sorcery. It's like a stone, right? You have or something like that, Bremia?
No, it's called arcane sense. It's just a sense.
Oh, okay. So with her natural affinity to this stuff, between the two of you, you do succeed, and you notice um, in the fabric of the illusionary sky above you that there are like little sparks of bursting light that occasionally happen. At first, it looks like it might just be part of like the illusion effect. Maybe it's just indicating that it's a magical thing, but under closer examination, you realize that the sky itself is also an observatory to its own.
Question. By that, do you mean that someone could look down into our room from above?
Yep, precisely.
I like that.
It's cool though.
We should never come into the Wraith holding room.
There is fresh food on the table though, Varellis. Meats and everything.
Good, now I can be poisoned and sleepy.
She stands at the door waiting.
So I'll hand her the letter. I'll write it up to you though in a message after.
Yeah, she's not going to look at it. And she goes, I will come by 2 hours after the last bell of the day. That's about 2 o'clock in the morning. And she goes, and I will knock thrice at your door. That's when you know it'll be me. I will bring a device to deactivate that. And then she also says, from my understanding, he can't hear what you're saying, but he can see what you're doing. So figure out how you're going to get Thistle in my keep.
Is there a bed?
There's a bed.
Is there cover?
Luxurious covers.
Okay. Then Thistle's just gonna get in the bed and transform in the bed.
Okay, what are you transforming into?
A spider.
Okay, these heavy sheets fall down upon you as you try to squirm your way out of it.
Well, Arave's over there helping her, though.
I imagine she got in with like a pillow to like mimic somebody laying there.
Yeah.
Arave's helping her with that, knowing what she was up to. So trying to, pretend that she's making the bed over her friend and keeping her body between the visuals, putting the pillow down in and petting it gently.
Okay, so we'll do one more roll for this session. So I'm going to have you guys. Your guys going to do a tag team roll here for this one.
Hell yeah.
So let's see. We haven't done too many tag teams yet, so we're going to figure out what that does.
How many of us are participating in the tag team?
Right now, I know it's Arve and Thistle, because Arve is trying to make it look like Thistle's still under the covers while Thistle's transforming into a spider. But as many as you guys would like to try to help with this, guys, you can.
I'm gonna try to use my prestidigitation to. I imagine it's like glass above.
No,
Would
so
I
what it's
would I
like,
presume?
no, it's very much like you're kind of like your illusionary form. It doesn't. You could someone if someone were to touch it, it would go through it. It's very much illusionary. There's nothing like. There might be something beyond that illusion that's like manifesting it, but on the outside surface, it looks like real clouds. They're not being held back by any like glass form. Does that make sense? Like there might be something beyond
Okay,
the
so there's
illusion.
actually no roof there. It's just pretending there's a roof.
There probably is a roof. It's just beyond the illusion. It's behind the illusion.
Right. I'm asking the method they're using to look into the room, is that magical itself, or is it like looking down into like a glass one-sided mirror kind of thing?
Oh, it's definitely one-sided for sure. Like he can look down. You don't know how he's looking down into the room. He's looking. Potentially, he could be looking. He might not be looking at this moment, for all you know, but there is that potential now that he's looking into the room by a means.
So I imagine the means is some sort of transparent material.
Yeah, in some form or fashion.
Likely glass. So I want to try to use prestidigitation to fog the glass up.
Okay, I will let you roll that. It will be a higher difficulty because you can't see beyond the illusion. So you're
Right.
making a guess where it is. So I will say it's a difficulty of 16.
I'm doing a spellcasting roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
Normally I wouldn't have you roll that for prestidigitation, but because you can't see it, I have to make a difficulty there.
Gotcha.
Because normally that's just a cantrip in most systems anyway. So.
Let's see here. Duality +3. Cool.
Nice. Okay. Good.
So I also want to assist with this since the glass is getting fogged up.
Okay.
I would like to attempt to create a minor illusion of Thistle, because she's no bigger than me, sleeping, like with the covers removed, like someone pulled the covers off of her or something.
Okay, so when she transforms and Arve's helping her, and she's done transforming, the covers are going to be removed to show Thistle.
Yes, so she's sleeping on the sheets if I succeed in the illusion.
All right, go for it. Roll with advantage though, because Geller's.
Okay, the DC for this is 10.
Oh yeah. Perfect. Okay, so. All right, and then lastly, because you're doing a tag team roll, let's see. Once per session, each player can choose to spend 3 hope to initiate a tag team roll. So do you guys want to spend that actually, Arve and Thistle?
We can.
You don't have to.
I'm not going to. I don't have 3 hope to spend.
I can contribute hope if it's needed.
I have hope.
Remember, you'll get remember because you're all well. This won't be there, but you'll still get 2 hope next session too. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, because of Bremia and Thistle. So
Right.
if you want to,
We can do
Arve, you can.
Okay, so what am I rolling?
So it says use your 3 hope, right?
Yeah, I use them.
So initiate a tag team roll between their character and another NPC. When you do, work with the other character's player to describe how you combine your actions, which you just did. You both make separate action rolls, but before resolving the roll's outcome, choose one of the rolls to apply for both of your results. So whatever rolls higher. On a roll with hope, all PCs involved also gain a hope. On a roll with fear, the GM gains a fear for each PC involved. So this will basically, it's kind of like you're rolling with like an upgraded advantage, like in D&D where you'd actually roll 2 dice and you'd take the higher of the 2 dice. It actually upgrades that from just the D6 to an actual, like, you're rolling twice. So you both go ahead, roll stealth, and we'll take the highest of the 2 stealths. And add the D6 on top of your rolls because Bremia is assisting you and Geller. So I'm going to have you add the additional advantage on top of this. This is going to be like one of those big epic tag team moments. Like you're all working in orchestration with each other.
Which one's stealth?
Denise.
What was that?
It's your finesse.
Finesse is stealth. Finesse, yeah.
Oh, finesse? Okay. So I roll that with what? 2 advantage?
Just one. Just one advantage. You both roll it, and then we take the highest of your 2 rolls.
Ooh, critical.
Nice job. All right, so Thistle goes under the covers. She drags the pillow underneath with her as if she's going to like cuddle with it and she transforms into a spider. But Arve's already underneath the covers, partially trying to like pretend she's like making sure Thistle's comfortable and stuff. And then once Thistle's out from underneath the covers and she crawls onto Valen's I guess pant legs and starts climbing up into like maybe the satchel. Uh, Arve kind of backs up and covers fall for a moment, but she kind of pulls the pillow out for a second, really daftly, to make it look like Thistle is actually pulling the pillow out with her as she jumps from underneath the covers and on top of them, silently, of course. And she just looks like she turns her back and falls asleep from Bremia's charmful magic, while Geller's prestidigitation kind of creates like a fog gaze, which makes it all look just super realistic. Even if the holographic like image that you create, Bremia, might cut through the blankets for just a brief moment, because of the fog effect that's happening on the crystal apertures that are creating the holographic sky above you, can't pick that up. So you guys daftly perform a feat that allows Thistle to sneak on board of Valen's personal belongings.
Good job, everybody.
Yeah, great teamwork.
Valen is very impressed. She feels like she just watched superb teamwork at work, and she's kind of a little jealous too because that's what she thought she'd be getting here at where she works. And she goes, well, I have the letter, I have my personal belongings. She makes sure not to, she's scared to really touch anything on her personal self because she's worried that she's going to squish Thistle. And she's like, is there anything else that I can help you with before I leave?
Just want to check. Is it okay to eat the food?
That I'm not sure of. I would
Mm.
lean on the cautionary side and say no.
All right. That's good to know.
But like, remember, 3 knocks. If you hear anything besides 3 knocks, that is not me. Do not open that door. At 3 knocks, I will lead you out of here. Just be ready. She says, kind of looking kind of over herself. She's like, are you ready too, Thistle?
And you just hear from her, like one of her satchels or pockets, I'm fine. Just rumbling through your belongings.
I picture it's like a high-pitched version of your voice.
Before Valen leaves, Bremy will look over to Geller and say, hey, are you connected to her?
Ah, right. Good call, Bremia. I will spend a hope to connect to Thistle.
Call me Bellamy.
Ah, yes, Bellamy.
Considering I do that out of character.
Call me Rykard.
Yeah, I got it.
Right. Well, have a good evening, and I will be back. And she steps out the door, shuts it, and she starts heading back up the stairs. But as she heads up the stairs, halfway up the stairs, you hear a loud and it's much louder for you guys in the room as you realize that door is probably locked. And you hear Valen go, "Shit. This will work. This will work. This will work." And she starts going up the stairs. Any last thoughts, comments, anything you wish to do before we wrap up?
Would I be able to test the food for any foreign substances?
Why don't you do an analyze roll for me? With a 19 and with hope, I will say, after very closely examining one of the apples, you notice a very tiny little puncture wound on the surface of the apple's flesh. And when you peel back that apple's peel, you notice that the what would be white flesh underneath is blackened and a little purpley too.
Do not eat the food. It is most certainly tainted.
Great. I wonder if Thistle left us any potatoes.
She probably did. There's probably a sack of potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just a
there's
spider
just,
dragging a giant sack of potatoes.
there's a sack of potatoes that she just like dropped by the door when she came in.
Wait, which side of the door?
I don't know, the right side?
Well, inside the room or outside the room?
Inside the room. She didn't drop it outside.
Okay.
Rolls onto the hallway.
Not a savage. Jeez.
I don't know. She does walk around barefooted now.
She wasn't going to leave her potatoes where she couldn't get to them.
Awesome. Okay, well, that ends our first episode of Act 2. Yay!
Hooray.
Yay!
Good job.
Yay.
And then we'll do